Testing 1, 2, 3. How we sounding? How we feeling? What a pain in the freaking ass, man. Can hear. Doing okay. My day's gone pretty okay. Thank you for the hydration reminder. How do I sound though? Am I coming in nice and clear for y'all? Cause so help me, if something's up with my sound, I'll lose my mind. We seem to be back on track, luckily. Yeah, every time the connection was just tanking so bad. I don't know. What a pain. But it's okay. We are here. We have figured it out. As long as I'm coming in nice and clear, everything seems to be back on track. Hooray. Okay, let's actually get into things. 30 minutes late, but it is what it is. We're working with it, we're vibing, we're chilling. Okay. For anyone who doesn't know, it is our life beginnings and always time. We are starting with a Mr. Cove Holden. We're gonna hang out with him today. Next week will be Derek. The week after will be Baxter. And that final Saturday of September will be our wedding DLC stream and saying goodbye to the game as a whole. I must love this fucking game to try this shit this many times, for real. Okie dokie. Let's see what's going on, shall we? In between. Hell yeah, let's fucking go. I think I want to keep all of this the way it is. Is there anything else I'd want to change, though? La 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 la. No, I think we are good. Tattoos are kind of cool. But I think, yeah, we're gonna leave it at this. I love my little character. I love my little avatar. They're so cute. I'm telling you, I was meant to be a visual novel character, not a real fucking person. Yeah, I love them. Okay. That all looks good to me. Next. And feelings for Cove? We're going love, buddies. We're gonna stick, I think, to relaxed as far as comfort. I think that'll be good. Not the little blush. Stop it. My whole heart. I do like that you can switch these up, though. Yeah, we'll do relaxed. We'll do love. Next. Begin step 4 at relaxed love. Yes, sirree, Bob. And we are not going to customize Cove at all. We are going to leave him just as he is and hope for the best. Which initiate level would you like Cove to have for step 4? I know we went, I think for step 3 we went middle ground. For like the maximum cute moments, I think we are going to go high initiative. Yeah, screw it. We're gonna go high for all 3 of them. Okay. Here we go, buddies. Who's fucking hyped? I'm so ready for this. Cause yeah, I want as many cute moments as fucking possible, bro. And so, your days growing up in the loving cradle of Sunset Bird came to an end. In the years that passed since graduation, you'd moved out of your childhood home and made your own way in the world. You, ah, live with Cove and his fish. Yes, please. I want it. And you, ah, I'm gonna go with had multiple ways of earning income. In the, ooh, I'm gonna go, given that I'm a streamer, we'll go with I don't know, the gaming industry. I also really like art, but yeah, let's go gaming industry. Your family members went through the same kinds of leaps into independence. Liz and Lee both eventually earned degrees and started fantastic careers in new towns. But your mom's and Cove's father still lived on the same street as they had for all those years before. It was comforting to you that there were some things that remained in the old neighborhood. And despite the ever-changing reality of your adult life, your friends were still your friends. Though, of course, things weren't exactly the same for them either. Very recently, Terry publicly came out as a man and switched the spelling of his name to use a Y instead of an I. He also confessed his love for Miranda, which she excitedly reciprocated. They moved in together recently in the city out past Sunset Bird. Stop, it's so fucking cute, bro. I love them. Derek was as busy as always, but doing well. He always made an effort to keep in touch, and you even saw each other in person occasionally. For the person who'd left the town and you behind, he never even tried to make him talk to you. Baxter obviously wasn't interested. But you still looked back on those summer days fondly. He made the season special, and you'd always remember that. It seemed your thoughts and feelings would go unheeded by him for the rest of your life. And then there was what became of the sad little boy you grew up with, Cove Holden. Your deep affection for him was something that continued to last unabated over the years. Um, I'm gonna go with the two of you began dating. He was your boyfriend. You'll never forget the moment the love you had for one another was let out in the open. He truly thrived in his continued efforts of cultivating loving and supportive relationships with his family and friends. You couldn't say his personality had changed exactly. Instead, it became more refined. Cove was a gentle, loyal, considerate man who took the lessons he'd learned over the years to treat the people around him with patience and understanding. When Cove eventually developed a picture of the future he wanted to have as an adult, it made perfect sense to you based on his interests. He went to college to study marine biology. His ultimate goal was set on becoming a natural resource technician, and he still volunteered with Orca when his workload allowed it. As an adult, Cove also was able to recognize and have diagnosed that he was on the autism spectrum. It was something that hadn't been noticed by his doctors as a child, but he was still the same Cove he always was to you, and he was just glad to understand himself better. It thrilled you to see how happy and successful he'd grown up to be. On the whole, life continued its steady beat forward, and you all went with it down the paths you chose. It was strange and wonderful. But no matter how old you got, how far you roamed, or how long you were away, the home you had in Sunset Bird still called you back eventually. Let's fucking go! The car rumbled down the highway. You had started to zone out when a truck in the left lane loudly zoomed past. Your driver didn't remark on it, just like anything else this trip. You went back to staring out the window, letting the scenery pass you by. You did appreciate the spacious back seat of your ride. You hadn't known exactly when you would be coming in, so you had decided to use a ride app rather than ask your moms to pick you up. It had turned out to be a convenient choice. You looked forward to surprising your parents at the door. You smiled at the thought of their faces lighting up. It's so cute. Yeah, that feels very, very Cove. Luckily, this hadn't been that big of a trip for you. You lived close enough that the travel hadn't turned into a big production. However, that didn't make the occasion mundane. For once, your moms had decided to have a modest celebration dinner for their anniversary. Aw, stop, moms. Unlike when you were growing up and they preferred not to make a big deal out of it, this year they were comfortable having a party. As time went on, they had found being the center of attention easier to handle. You were happy to see it. With this going on, there was no way that either you or Liz would miss your mom's anniversary. Both of you made plans to come back home for it. You didn't hear from Liz about her exact schedule, but you hadn't shared yours either. It reminded you of when you were kids and both knew to show up for dinner, but didn't keep each other in the loop for each other's pre-dinner plans. This was the same concept after all. Some things stayed the same, and yet it was definitely different from when you would see your sister every day, and knew sort of what she was doing anyways from osmosis. Today you had no idea. Things were always changing. You mused on how at times it was hard to believe you didn't live with your parents anymore, and yet you also couldn't imagine going back and living as a kid under their rules. The rest of the drive flew by. Your silent driver provided a smooth ride. No sharp turns or hard stops jostled you out of your own head. Your thoughts turned from introspective to observant. The landscape passing by became more and more familiar. You frequently recognized the landmarks that dotted the area. A grin came to your face as you passed the now entering sign for Sunset Bird. Excitement built within you. You were really here. You were doing this. Your driver turned off a street, and you realized that their map program was taking you the way home that Ma preferred. You usually would have used the other side street to pass by the beach. In no time at all, the car had gone through the whole of town and pulled in front of your mom's condo. The car slowed to a stop and parked. With the buzz of the highway gone, You realized you could hear the familiar sound of waves. The air smelled like salt, and a rush of childhood memories flooded back. You started to gather your things and humming to yourself once more about how happy your moms would be to see you. After that, you'd notify everyone else that you made the trip safely. You pulled over your suitcase from the other seat and yanked your bag from down near your feet. Tap, tap. You startled at the sudden sound of tapping on glass. It caused you to pause. Did you really hear what you thought you did? You weren't entirely sure because you soon heard something else. The window on the opposite side of the car rolling down. It confused you until you put it together that despite the driver's silence, you weren't actually alone in this car. The driver must have pressed the button. Someone had to be there. You turned your head to face the now open window. Oh my goodness, sweet boy. There he was, leaning his arms across the window, your beloved Cove Holden. He beamed at you with one of his precious open smiles. Hey, Blake. Welcome home. I was wondering how long I'd have to stand out here for you to make it. It's been a while, you know. Oh my goodness. Cove! At the sound of his name, he burst out laughing and grinned winningly. He then gripped the top of the car door and pushed half of his torso through the opening. That was enough to make the driver break their silence with a sharp "hey." Cove did not seem to notice and continued climbing in through the window. He pushed one hand down into the middle seat to prop his dangling body up. He used his other hand to caress your cheek as he leaned in as close as he could. I missed you. Stop! He's so cute. I love him. Not flicked his nose. You did your best to hug him without knocking him down, for real. It was awkward, but you managed to loop your arms around his neck without his arm buckling from underneath him. He still wobbled in your embrace, but did not collapse, so you counted it as a win. Once he was able to regain his balance, he happily snuggled his cheek against yours. You both held on to each other, breathing each other in for a lovely moment. You pulled back just a little to get a better view of his face. I missed you too. I really should have expected this, you and your windows. Aww. Yeah, no, I missed you too. The sweet boy. Cove's smile turned awkward as his arm started to bend lower, causing his body to slide downwards with it. He turned his head to the driver. Sorry, I'm always causing trouble in this neighborhood. Cove shifted around some more and squirmed back the way he came. After he had successfully pushed off the window and landed on the pavement with a thump, you opened your car door. He's so freaking cute, I can't. You threaded your arms through the various straps of your bags and climbed out. Cove took a few long strides around the back of the car and quickly met you on your side. Cove stood in front of you, and it struck you that the two of you were back in Sunset Bird, reunited once again on this street. Okay, hold on, let me look at you for a minute. Okay, I vibe the hair. I don't know how I feel about the glasses. The glasses are new. It's okay, we vibe. Um, Jump into his arms. But you put down your luggage first. You dropped your bags on the paved road and got a bounding start to leap into Cove. He caught you, unsurprised by your action. When you were situated, he leaned back on the balls of his heels and fully lifted you off the ground. His goofy grin let you know just how much he was enjoying your enthusiastic embrace. He didn't have a problem holding you up. His especially large height allowed him to lift you well off the ground. With one last swing, he let you back down. You really were ecstatic to be around him again, and absolutely thrilled that it was here in this town where you were together. Even if it had only been a short time since you had seen him off, you had still missed Cove greatly. It somehow felt a lot longer. Given your different schedules and travel availabilities, it had worked out better for Cove to head out to Sunset Bird first. He only arrived the evening before, however, and secured the hotel room. Until now, you'd never had to deal with the inconvenience of being in a tourist-heavy area. It was a fight to get a place to stay close by during the heat of the summer vacation season. Living without him at your place was strange. Cove was basically a part of you at this point. You were glad to feel whole again. Stop, you were glad to feel whole again. That's so fucking cute, bro. I love him. Oh. You idly shifted your luggage, then it struck you that you were short one. You got out in such a hurry it was left behind. You reached back into the car to pull it out. Cove stood aside as you made a dash for the door. You shouldered the small bag and felt relief that you would be able to brush your teeth tonight. Yeah, I was gonna say, I like the different hair for Cove. I think it's kind of cool. Got everything this time? You stood up straight, everything truly gathered up and out of the car. You gave the back seat one last glance and then nodded. Cove shut the car door after you had moved out of the way. The two of you stepped off the street to give the driver some room. Cove waved. Sorry again. Yeah, not him apologizing, being like, I'm always causing trouble in this neighborhood, even as an adult, dude. Like, I can't with him. The driver said nothing and drove off. Oof. With the road clear, you let your gaze drift across the neighborhood that you had known forever. It was such a small place to spend so many days. You were flooded with memories of going up and down this street during every stage of your life. Being a little kid, following your big sister to the playground, becoming a teen and staying out later, and growing into an adult who left their parents' house behind to be independent. You could feel the summer sun on your skin from all the times you headed out to the beach. You saw the same surroundings that you as a young adult did when leaving home. It was hard to quantify the amount of history you had here. And now you are back. We're back, buddies! Despite taking in the neighborhood again, you never lost awareness of Cove's presence. From the corner of your eye, seeing him there was a very familiar sight as well. So many of your memories included him. Your mind drifted from the neighborhood itself to the person who used to live there. You couldn't help the feeling of nostalgia. You still remembered his face, his voice, the scar on his arm from the days long gone. He had changed so much since you had first met him, yet, even with those changes, he was always recognizable. He was familiar like the sky was, in the way you knew the sea. Every day they may appear different, but they're still an inextricable part of life. It was the world, with the help from Mr. Holden and his ill-thought $20 bill, that brought you together to begin with, but the two of you had chosen each other. You had never let your interactions fade. You had decided to nurture your relationship into what it was. And you would continue to keep Cove close and into all of the rest of your adult years. Cove was the partner you wanted for life. You couldn't be more grateful to call him your boyfriend. It would be impossible to imagine life without him. Cove noticed you staring at him after a while and smiled with his eyebrows rising in curiosity. He was very transparent in his question if there was something you wanted to say. You shook your head and returned him a soft expression. You let yourself get carried away in a tide of memories, but now it was time to focus on the present. Ready to go see my mom's? Cove nodded and then pointed at all your luggage bundled around your legs. Can I help with any of that? No, it's like carrying all my groceries in one go. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the hydration reminder, appreciate it. You gratefully passed him a bag. It was a lot easier to balance everything with that out of the way. He used both hands to take hold of the one piece of luggage and stood tall, pleased to be able to provide his assistance. The bag situation resolved, the two of you strolled over to the Thrasher residence's door. You started to pat your pockets instinctively, only to realize that you no longer carried a key to the house. Your eyes scanned the entryway, a little lost, only to spy the doorbell. The thought of having to ring it felt super weird. As you pressed the inconveniently placed button on the side wall, you remembered that no matter how much this place would always be a home to you, it wasn't where you lived. Being back here was like putting on a uniform after you quit the store where it came from. It had remained the same, but your circumstance had changed. Cove shifted on his feet awkwardly, obviously also thrown about you being stuck out here, keyless. You heard muffled voices and shuffling around from inside. Your heartbeat sped up in anticipation. The door swung open, and there was your mom's smiling face. She immediately brightened at seeing you standing there. Well, well, well. Mom twisted her head back and gave a shout down the hall. Lonnie, guess who's here? There were more distant noises, no doubt Ma getting up from wherever she was to come see. Her high-spirited words rang out clearly. I hope it's one of my children. Mom snickered, still holding the door only half open to hide you for a little longer. Cove flushed as if suddenly realizing that he was going to be present for your mom's enthusiastic welcoming of you. You smiled to reassure him that he wasn't intruding. Ma finally reached the door and peered over Mom's shoulder. It is. Hello, Blake. She gave you a once-over, patting the tops of your shoulders and moving down the sides of your arms, before she nodded in satisfaction that you were in one piece. This is a wonderful surprise. Ma inclined her head to Cove next, not leaving him out either. Hello, sweetie. You count as one of my kids at this point anyways. I have double the surprise today. Oh, yeah. You snorted at your mom's greetings. They never changed. Cove bashfully waved at them. He hadn't relaxed fully, but he had settled down at their welcome. Well, don't just stand out there. Come on in. Your mom moved aside and held the door open for you, gesturing for you to enter. Ah! You stepped into the living room. It was comfortable and cool. Oh, the changes are so weird. Like, even just little things, I'm like, okay, we back home, buddies. Cove was half a step behind you, his eyes on a new painting your moms must have added since the last time you were here. Things were mostly the same, but there were more decorations since you had seen the house last. Mom may have gotten the urge for some interior designing again. It struck you how odd it was to be a guest, only observing their choices for the living space here, rather than a full-time occupant. Ma came up in front of you, excitement in her eyes. I'm so glad you're here. You know your mom and I would have been happy to pick you up, but you're self-sufficient and responsible. That's okay. What matters is that you arrived safely. Mom appeared at her side with a nod. Aw, my moms. Welcome back, kiddos. You appreciated that your parents respected you as an adult, even if mom still called you kiddo. You figured long ago that you'd always be her kiddo, no matter how grown you became. It was part of the whole parent-child deal with her. I love the new looks. Look at them. Hugged your moms. Absolutely. Hug them right now. You took another step forward and pulled Mom and Ma into a great big hug, squeezing them tight. Their arms wrapped around you in return, and you could feel their love for you in their embrace. I love them. I wanted to surprise you. Surprise! Ah, well, you succeeded. Your timing was lovely. It's always nice when I'm able to come by. Your moms giggled, pleased. I hope you both have been doing well. Is everything set up for your anniversary dinner? We're happy to help if there's something we can do. We've been plenty fine. It's been a little quiet, but that's not a bad thing. Mom placed her arm around Ma's shoulder and gave her a side hug. Don't worry about the party. We're just planning to eat at the Caprice. Nothing fancy, which is kind of a funny thing to say about a pretty fancy country club. The biggest issue has just been making sure everyone can make it for the day. Speaking of which, Liz will be arriving tonight. We're planning on picking her up later. I guess Liz isn't as grown up as Blake. Damn. Mom snickered at her own joke, and Ma lightly elbowed her with a barely hidden grin. Shush. As I was saying, we could drop you off wherever you're staying if you don't mind waiting for that. I'm sorry there's not space for you in the house. It's gotten crowded in those old rooms since you and Liz moved out. I don't know where all this stuff keeps coming from. Sure you don't, Pamela. It's okay. Cove already has a hotel room I'm gonna be staying in anyway. Cove sent you some pictures of the place when he arrived. Stylish and roomy, it seemed very nice. It was a room with a single king bed. He claimed that the bed was comfortable, so you had high hopes about that, though mostly you were looking forward to having him next to you as you slept once again. Your mom smiled, relieved. Kyra's already here, isn't she? She directed her question at Cove. He bobbed his head a bit to go along with his reply. Yeah, I heard she made it. She's gonna be staying with Dad while she's in town. Have you gone over and said hello yet? I haven't. I don't know what Cove's been up to. Cove chuckled self-consciously, and this time he shook his head. You raised an eyebrow since you had figured he would have taken the chance while waiting for you. Not yet. I should go do that now. I just wanted Blake to be there too. Aw, him didn't want to do it alone. I love him. Very, very cute. He caught your eyes with an adoring smile. Mom laughed at that, no doubt thinking that Cove was sweet but ridiculous. It's nice to know your priorities. Yeah. Cove awkwardly rubbed his arm and shifted on his feet, looking all too much like he did as a kid. Blake, do you want to go over to my house now? That's a good idea. We won't be leaving until late evening. You heard Ma. Let's go see your parents. Cove perked back up, excited once more. We'll keep an eye on your things while you're out. There's no reason to be carrying all that around. I love that we're I don't know. Cove is adorable, and I love that he doesn't ever get quite that comfortable with my mom's. He'd just still be an awkward little dude. You set down your bags in the living room, tucked into a corner where they wouldn't be in the way. Cove helped. Your moms waved the two of you off as you walked back to the entranceway. Thanks. See you soon. You waved back and opened the front door for Cove. With that, you were on your way to see Cove's family next. This trip put a special little pep in Cove's steps as you crossed the street to his dad's house together. Your spirits were equally high. Doing this, you felt like a teen again. You had known Cove's parents for a long time now, when it came to what you called his dad. I feel like I would still stick with the familiar classic Mr. Holden. It's what we've been calling him for so fucking long at this point. I wouldn't switch back to saying Cove's dad, and something about first names just feels weird. So Mr. Holden it is. At this point, you couldn't imagine calling him anything else. Despite it being formal, It rolled off your tongue naturally. For his mom, "Aww! Wait, no, you called her Mom 3 in a non-serious way? I feel like I have to. Let her be Mom 3, please." A playful grin was already settling on your face, and you hadn't even gotten there yet. It was always fun to hang out with her. Cove hopped up to the front door and didn't bother knocking. He twisted the knob and it swung open. With a grin, Cove gave you a gratified thumbs up. You shook your head in disapproval, but you both knew that you hypocritically supported his behavior. "Your dad is lucky we aren't criminals." "Oh no." "Yeah, I'd argue everybody's lucky that we're not criminals." He brushed your comment aside and went right into his old home. "Ah, I love these houses, I can't." Mr. Holden was there, standing in his kitchen and babysitting a pan on the stove. "Ah." His head turned at the sound of footsteps, and he brightened instantly at the sight of you both. Cove matched his enthusiasm instantly. If it was anyone else, you would have thought he was lighting up with a childlike joy over seeing his dad again. But since you knew what Cove was actually like as a kid, you were aware this level of happiness with Mr. Holden was definitely not equivalent to any childhood feelings of his. "Dad! Cove!" Mr. Holden gracelessly pushed what he was cooking to a different burner and flipped off the heat. He rushed over to you both. Cove flew forward and met him halfway into a hug. Cove squished his eyes shut and held his dad in a tight hug. Mr. Holden soothingly rubbed his son's back. The more of an adult Cove became, the more he turned into a big daddy's boy, it seemed. "I missed you." "I missed you too." "Stop, they're so cute." One of my favorite things playing this has got to be the progression between Cove and his dad. I think their relationship becomes so much healthier when Cove gets older. It was sweet, and teasing aside, it was wonderful to see them at this place in their relationship after years of struggling to connect. Yeah, I agree with that. When the hug broke, Mr. Holden hooked an arm around his son's neck. He let out a deep laugh. "I still can't believe you outgrew me." "I really thought I had that on him after he graduated from high school, but then he had to keep going." Chuckling, he shook his fist in mock anger. Cove ducked his head and laughed in kind. "Sorry, Dad." Cove's cheeks turned pink and he averted his eyes. He was becoming bashful, so you knew he had more he wanted to say. Cove softly added, "But I was raised really well." His dad's expression instantly crumbled with emotion. He sniffled. Cove put an arm around him too and tugged him into a side hug. You observed their little reunion fondly, happy to let them enjoy their moment. They were a perfect pair of sentimentality. Mr. Holden eventually turned his attention to you. "Hi, Blake. So great to see you." He pulled away from Cove and approached you with a little wave. He was back to his cheery self. "I'm gonna go with Mr. Holden. It's so nice to see you. And you hugged him. Always hug them. I miss these guys. You went to him with your arms extended and a silent "is this okay?" question in your eyes. Mr. Holden pulled you into a big hug without a second thought. There was a quiet sniffle. I missed seeing your face around here. Thank you. Mr. Holden cleared his throat, pulling attention to himself. He crossed his arms. But before we get too carried away, it's not a real reunion yet. Kyra's still in the guest suite. I'll go get her. He eagerly bolted down the hall, and you could hear every step he took. It ended with a distinct knock. Kyra, they're here. It was only seconds before there was the sound of a door being yanked open. The pounding of feet hitting the wood grew even louder this time. My baby! I love her! Next to you, Cove let out a nervous laugh. His parents entered the living room, and Kyra stretched her arms out wide when she spotted you both. Cove went to her easily. You opened your own arms for a big hug. I love her. Yeah, I love the progression of his relationship with his dad. I think it's super, super important. Yeah, give me a big hug. She held you both tightly in her arms, and you squeezed her back with nearly the same intensity. You felt loved. Cove wrapped his free arm around her too. He rested his head on top of hers and let out a happy sigh. After a moment, Kyra let go and pulled back to get a better look at your faces. She surveyed every inch of them and appeared satisfied. You're both looking well. That's wonderful and just what I like to see. Thanks, and hi, Mom. You look great too, Mom 3. I love her. She's so pretty. One day soon, I'll let you in on my secrets. Kyra winked, and you had zero doubts that she held precious knowledge to looking your best. She was stunning every time you saw her. I'd be honored. So, what's new? How have you both been? Kyra gave a nod to Mr. Holden to go first. Cheerily, he waved a hand. Oh, same old, same old. Still got the shop, still got my friends and family, of course, and still the most exciting thing around here is seeing who'll rent that one free condo. Incredible. I always knew you were such a snorer. They snickered, and you couldn't help but peek at Cove. He rolled his eyes dramatically, drawing out a few giggles from you, but the whole time there was still a happy smile fixed on his face. For me, things have been good. I've gotten a lot of interesting assignments lately. Oh, I recently went to Seattle, and Kyra twirled a strand of her hair shyly, and her mouth curved into a grin. Whatever she was thinking about, it made her happy. Things have still been going well with that guy from work, but it's a little early to bring him all the way out to California to meet the family. Cove crossed his arms. He and his dad nodded. It was clear she appreciated the acceptance from her two boys. That's great. Kyra perked up at your reaction. She was clearly grateful for your approval as well. So, that's us. Do you two have plans for your first day back? The only thing I have to do is pick up Liz later tonight before we head back to our hotel room. Great, great. He suddenly looked over his shoulder, his eyebrows pushed together. I'm glad you're here, but I just remembered that I was in the middle of cooking something. Only a small cackle escaped you while you fought off the giant grin taking over your face. Meanwhile, Cove erupted into laughter that had his dad shaking his head. That's fine, Dad. Go salvage what you can. I think it'd be nice to explore the old neighborhood for a while anyway, since we've got the time. Cove directed the last part to you as he spoke, hoping that you'd want to go with him. You nodded automatically. You were already looking forward to it. They're just so fucking cute. I love them. I can't. That's a perfect idea. I think so too. You should go out. You should go enjoy the day. I'll hang back here so I won't be a third wheel. And someone's got to keep an eye on Cliff before he catches the whole kitchen on fire. Mom, you're not a third wheel. Cove stiffly stuck his arms against his side like a little kid. A small smirk tugged at Kyra's mouth. She winked. You know what I mean. Have a good walk. I'll see you both later. Cheerily, Mr. Holden waved before going back to his cooking. Cove smiled warmly. Okay, bye. Bye, we'll see you soon. Cove trailed behind you as you walked into the welcoming summer sun. He stopped, closing his eyes to stretch his arms in the warm rays. Satisfied, Cove gave you a bent smile and dropped down low to the ground. You knew that this was your chance at a piggyback ride. Let's fucking go! Piggyback rides are a key part of this fucking relationship. Cove silently waited for your answer. Excitement bubbled up in your chest. Cove always knew how to make your day even better. You always know just the right thing to do. Cove hummed in agreement while you climbed onto his back. When you both had a secure grip, he stood up. The movement bounced you more than usual. Chuckling into Cove's hair, you were pleased to enjoy another afternoon of your favorite mode of transportation. Under your hand, you could feel the vibrations of laughter in Cove's chest. Let's go. Naturally, you found yourself heading down the road towards the beach. Your spirits rose even higher as you strolled across the sand, heading for the shopping district. Arriving, you wove past tourists who were taking in the sights for the very first time. Being a local was a badge of honor you wore proudly. You casually walked past the shops. Over the years, some had closed down, but many of the stalls were still exactly the same as they were when you were little. Cove snapped his head as far as it could go to one side, so dramatically you couldn't have missed it. Something clearly caught his eye, but you couldn't see it. There's a pretzel stand open today. Can we get one? When his gaze found you again, he wore the biggest smile. You chuckled. You don't need to ask for my permission, you goober. Does your heart want a pretzel? Yep, it does. For a moment, you both quietly laughed at that. You placed a hand over your own heart. Then I think you should follow it. You're gonna get the one that comes with the little frosting cup, aren't you? That's right. After that, you both happily made your way over, being pulled in faster by the delicious aroma of the stall. With that, you changed course to the pretzel stand for a snack break. Cove was very pleased by the morsel he picked up, and that was good to see. The sun arched across the sky as you went up and down the road as a pair. By the time you returned to the beach, day was beginning to fade into night. Cove kicked his shoes off, tossing them into the sand. He wanted to get his feet wet in the waves as fast as possible. I love pretzels. I go with cheesy, though. You joined him. I'm not gonna avoid the water. What is this? In seconds, you had your feet free and your shoes abandoned in the sand. You kept going until you were ankle deep in the water. Cove sighed contentedly. You followed his line of sight to the setting sun, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. It really feels like summer now. He wore a bent smile when he turned to you. The light illuminated like a halo behind him, and the sight took your breath away. In fact, it's hard to think of anything that feels more perfectly summer than moments exactly like this. Being here at sunset in Sunset Bird with you. I'm so glad we were able to come visit. I do like our living situation now over just being neighbors, but still. You hummed in agreement. Your heart fluttered the moment you met Cove's eye. Your mouth lifted into a pleased smile. Of course we have to end we of course we would have ended up like this again sooner or later, for real. You crossed your arms. Cove looked up from the sand, meeting your gaze with a bent smile. It's inevitable. Cove murmured quietly, losing himself in his thoughts again. Shortly after, you saw his hand shoot down into the sand. He stood straight back up with a lopsided smile and got to work brushing the sand off his prize. You knew without a single word. Cove found a new shell for your collection. As you wandered down the beach, Cove followed at your side in comfortable silence. Your shadows stretched across the sand like they were leading the way. The only noise you could hear were the soft footfalls of your feet and the waves gently rocking into the shore. For a moment in time, it felt like there were only the two of you in your own little world. Eventually, the bubble popped when you realized your phone was going off. It was Ma, hoping that you were going to be back soon. Oh, the pretzel bites at the mall. Those are good. Also, I love my character and Cove almost always end up in their own little bubble at some point, and that's my favorite thing because that's how I think I am with people in real life. Like, yeah, the rest of the world exists, but with the right people, it's like, it's just us. What do you mean? Curious, Cove's eyes slid down to your phone. You let your hand fall back down to your side. You held the phone pressed against the palm of your hand. It's Ma. She wants to know when we'll be there. Cove scratched the back of his neck and shook his head. His mouth twitched like he just had a funny thought. Dang parents. Always trying to make us come home before it gets too dark. There's no escape from curfew as long as we're in this neighborhood, for real. It's like we warped back into being little kids the moment we set foot at the entrance sign. Cove's nose crinkled in fake disgust, and you both burst into a fit of giggles. It'd be nice not to have to worry about bills again. Sometimes. After one last glance, you put your phone away again. Cove gave a small shrug. Ready? Yep. Let's go. Together, you left the beach, feeling the call of home pulling you forward. The both of you ran off towards your mom's house, leaving the waves behind but welcoming the beginning of summer. Cove and you ran up from the beach, sand flying from your steps. Cove made it to the road first, but you managed to catch up to him by the time you reached the house. It wasn't exactly a race, and yet also wasn't not a competition. Both of you were laughing by the time you bumbled through your old front door together. You inhaled deeply and shouted loud enough to be heard anywhere in the house. We're here! Your moms were seated in the living room. Their eyes sparkled as they locked on you and your light dusting of sand. Welcome home! Mom leaned forward, eyebrows raised at your jubilant entrance. Ma sighed wistfully. That brings back memories. Cove chuckled shyly as he scratched the back of his head. I hope we're not too late. Nope, you're just in time, but you better start packing it up. Liz will be waiting. Ma nodded as she stood up from her seat. She lightly ran her fingers over her clothes to smooth out the wrinkles. It took you a second to remember where you'd put your stuff. You needed to get it all in the car so you could get everything back to your hotel. Can I help? You shrugged and directed him to your bags. With Cove, your mom's, and yourself on the job, it only took one trip to the car to get everything. Cove firmly closed the trunk, and you thanked everyone for the assistance. Of course, kiddo. Come along, Thrasher family. Let's get in the car. That means you too, Cove. You know you're essentially family anyways. Thanks. Exactly. Well said, Blake. Cove climbed into the back seat with a decidedly touched expression on his face. You got in on the other side. When everyone was situated and buckled, the engine was started and Ma pulled out onto the street. You couldn't help but feel amused to be stuck in the back seat with Cove, your mom's driving you around. It really was like you were little kids again. Cove caught you staring at him and gave you a bent smile. He was probably on the same wavelength as you from the sheer mischief in it. There was some light chatting on the drive. No one brought up anything too deep, and it mostly became swapping jokey stories. The entire trip was marked by a heavy sense of anticipation. Everyone was ecstatic to see Liz and hear what she had been up to. When you neared the airport, Mom pulled out her phone to call Liz. Ma followed the signs to the correct pickup area and asked for you to shout if you saw your sister. Yeah, Liz, we're at Wing B. There's a blue sign that says North America. Tell her that we're right in front of the building with blue windows. She says that she's outside, right by a yellow truck. I see at least 3 yellow trucks. I think they're doing work at the airport. The back and forth continued, with Ma driving around in the wide circular airport road, while Mom attempted coordination between her and Liz's location. Thank you for the hydration reminder. Appreciate it. Not at least 3 yellow trucks. Oof. Aha! You leaned forward, peering out the front of the car. A tall, poised silhouette pulled a pale purple roll-along suitcase behind her. It was definitely Liz. She waved to the car. Ma parked along the sidewalk next to her, and Mom put her phone away with a cheer. Mission accomplished, team. Ma excitedly reached over to grasp Mom's raised hand, thrilled that both of her kids were back. That's right. Liz came closer and yanked open the back door beside her. She popped her head into the car, her smile ordinary despite how tired she appeared. It must have been a long trip for her, yet her expression was the same familiar smirk that you had grown up with. Hello, children. I'm back. I missed you. I would hope. Reached over and hugged her. Hug, Liz. You quickly unbuckled and then launched yourself at your sister. She wrapped her arms around you and squeezed. Well, hi to you too, kiddo. Hello, sweetie. It's so nice that you're here. Hi, Elizabeth. He jokingly huffed at her. We're not children. Whatever you say, baby boy. She turned her gaze back to Mom and Ma. You really know how to make someone feel appreciated. Her spirits were high. You could tell she was just as happy to be here as everyone was to see her. She left the door open but ducked out to walk around to the back of the car. She opened the trunk and lifted her luggage in. I'm gonna move your junk, Blake. I'll keep it in front of my bag so you can get it later. Ma's dropping you off first, right? Yeah, yes, but that's not junk. It's important. Liz slammed the trunk closed without responding. Liz swung around to the open door. You noticed that her hair had a few flyaways, no doubt from a long day of traveling. She leaned against the frame of the car, giving you and Cove a significant look. I am not sitting in the middle. I already had 5 hours of that nightmare on the flight. There's no way I'm getting in between the two of you. I mean, really, who would ever want to be the person pulling Cove Holden and Blake Thrasher apart? Cove puffed up indignantly, yet again at her classic tease of your relationship. Liz continued along like she didn't notice. I don't care how you decide who's scooting. I figure you can fight it out somehow. Cove glanced over at you and shrugged. He unbuckled his seatbelt and moved to the middle. Thanks, Cove. No problem. I'm almost disappointed it was so easy. I meant it when I said we weren't children anymore. It's just the middle seat. Liz shrugged, not losing any of her smugness. Keep telling yourself that, and I'll keep taking the window seat. With the window seat wide open, Liz squished herself into the car and shut the door. When everyone was settled, Ma began to pull out. "We're off!" Liz crossed her legs, compacting herself slightly. She braced most of her weight on the door behind her, instead of sitting up straight. It gave her a little more room. "Hopefully we finish the journey. This car is almost as old as we are. And it's still just as good as you are." All the complaining definitely means Liz is back. So complains Blake. Mom turned up the radio as Ma emerged onto the highway. The station was familiar, the normal soundtrack for when she had driven you and Liz around town. Liz bounced in her seat, enjoying the classic tune. The song would be old enough to vote at this point if it was a person. That was hard to believe. With Liz, the conversation livened up despite it getting later and later in the night. She told you all about her week and all the travel preparations she made. By the time she'd made it to the actual tale of travel itself, Liz started chuckling. On the plane, Liz had sat next to a couple of girls who had talked a lot about how well they could read people. Liz recounted the conversation with her in hilarious detail, as they had apparently tried to guess her occupation after only shaking her hand. Neither of the girls could agree with one another, and Liz had refused to just tell them. However, the drive to your hotel was only so long. Eventually, your group arrived. You yawned and got out of the car when it stopped. Cove clambered out after you. Liz gave a loud sigh of relief at all the extra space she found herself with. You and Cove grabbed the luggage and then waved off your family after you said your goodbyes. After they left, you and Cove went to go find your room. You scanned the key card to unlock your hotel room. It sounded out a soft beep, and you turned the handle of the door. The door creaked open, then you craned your head in to take a look. The first thing you noticed was the large, king-sized bed in the middle of the room. It was a prim, modern-looking space. It seemed clean and smelled faintly like floral air freshener. "Okay, cute hotel room." A smile played on Cove's face as he watched you take in the space. "The bed's nice, huh? Which one of us is gonna use it?" You burst out laughing. I love Cove. "That was a joke. Can we please share the bed?" "Yes." "Thanks. I got a good hotel, didn't I?" "Yeah, you picked out a nice one. Good job, Cove." Cove smiled like a big, pleased puppy. "I love him. Stop. He's so fucking cute, bro." You and Cove continued to chat as you settled in. You unpacked some of your stuff and checked out all the room's amenities. Cove pointed out the mini fridge and started puzzling over what food could be ordered to the room. However, the fact was you both were exhausted. It didn't take too many yawns before you both changed into your pajamas and called it a day. You had to hunt along the wall to locate the light switch. When you finally found it, you flicked it off with a sense of triumph. Ah. You turned your head over to Cove, who stood behind you in his pajamas. He was cozy and comfortable, but the pieces didn't match. He never minded that. We should get some sleep. Cove smiled, a soft expression that was adorable. Okay, let's go to sleep. Despite saying that it was bedtime, Cove took a step forward towards you. He wrapped his arms around your back, and you leaned into his embrace. Then he lifted you off your feet. What? Still not putting you down, Cove promptly dropped himself backwards. The both of you crashed onto the tight, tucked sheets of the hotel bed. He laughed the entire time. Cove bounced on the landing and absorbed most of the impact. You laid on his chest, feeling a little jostled. You're an absolute madman, you teased. You shook your head jokingly. His laughter turned into a snort. He smiled up at the ceiling, a thought clearly crystallizing. My dad used to do that kind of thing with me when I was little. Sort of. Nostalgia was clear in his voice. It was a fond memory, and you felt something warm in your chest. I remember you talking about it when you stayed over at my house as a kid. He'd lift you up really high and bring you back down. Yeah, I have a cool dad. You made a small noise of understanding that turned into a yawn. When Cove yawned in return, you pulled at the sheets until you were actually under the blankets. Good night, Cove. Then you kissed his lips. You shifted yourself closer so that you could lean in. You kissed Cove and felt his lips perk into a smile before kissing you back, obviously enjoying his goodnight kiss. Cove wrapped his arms around you and snuggled next to you. He let out a contented breath. You reached out to hold Cove under one arm, and then used your other hand to comb through his hair. The two of you relaxed into one another, and you knew neither of you would want to be anywhere else. I can't believe we're really here. You and Liz and everyone else are going to be here in Sunset Bird again. I was staring at all the scenery going by while we were driving here, and it honestly felt like we never left. He ran a hand down his face. I mean, in some ways it feels like it's been ages and everything's different. Some of that is definitely 'cause I'm staying at a hotel instead of being in my room at Dad's. But yeah. It's so weird. Cove nodded. He understood completely. I'm looking. A yawn forced an interruption into the statement. Cove was undeterred. I'm looking forward to this. He tucked his head into your neck. You felt his lashes flutter close against your skin. Same here. I'll see you tomorrow, Blake. His words were a whisper you barely heard. It might not even have been that exactly. You might have just been guessing. Cove always had a habit of mumbling. It was okay either way, whether you heard it or only thought you heard. The sentiment was true regardless. Cove would see you tomorrow when he opened his eyes and the sunlight returned to your hometown of Sunset Bird. You comfortably drifted off to sleep and eagerly awaited seeing Cove tomorrow as well. It's so sweet. I love them. Your eyes gently opened to see a dim, unfamiliar ceiling. You recalled where you were, a hotel room. Yawning, your muscles felt relaxed and warm enough that sleep threatened to pull you under again. Morning. Cove's voice brought you back to consciousness. The heat made sense now. You knew the comfortable weight against you was your boyfriend. His arm was draped around you, and his fingers were lightly drawing shapes on your pajamas. You twisted over to face him fully. Morning. Did you sleep well? I did. The expression on his face softened with a content sigh. You felt his index finger lightly trace out the shape of a heart. There's nothing but good dreams when you're around. You snuggled against his chest. Pushing into him, you squished your face into his chest. The air knocked from Cove's lungs came out in a light chuckle. Cove closed his eyes. His hand found the middle of your back again, and he held it there, enjoying the closeness of the moment. Neither of you were making any moves to get up and actually start the day. It was sweet and comfortable to be wrapped up in Cove. You could indulge just a little while longer. Eventually, enough time flew by that there really weren't any minutes to spare. There were too many people waiting, so you both crawled out of the sheets together. Standing up, Cove took a few seconds to stretch. He glanced over at you with an animated expression. I'm really looking forward to your mom's anniversary dinner tonight. It's gonna be fun. I think so too. This whole trip is great, actually. Being here with everybody is like having another chance at being a kid. We can do all the stuff we used to, and all the things we never did but wanted to. Oh yeah. Something about the way Cove worded that dug up a memory you hadn't thought about in a long time. The first time you met his dad, and the money he offered you. Chewing at the inside of your cheek, it felt like a lifetime ago, but you knew that it would still matter to Cove if he knew. You just weren't entirely sure what it would mean to him. You snuck a quick peek at Cove, but his stare was already glued to you. He raised a questioning eyebrow, leaving the rest up to you. Actually, there's something I've been waiting for a chance to talk about. Yeah, it's time. He needs to know. Cove frowned, but you had his attention. He slowly slid down to sit on the corner of the bed. Not never mind. Who starts something like that and then says never mind? No, you told Cove about the deal. Okay, when you and your dad moved to the neighborhood and you ran away. Remember that? Of course. Well, I met your dad first, and during that conversation, he offered me $20 to be your friend. His mouth fell open and his head tilted to the side. There was no unringing that bell. Oh boy, he's shook. Yeah, it's one of those funny, not so funny stories to tell, I guess. Oopsies. But like it all worked out, right? But I didn't take the money. The look on Cove's face twisted. His eyes pushed into a squint, his lips screwed up, and you saw his stare dart across your skin. Oh my God. The realization tumbled out of him in a whisper. You couldn't read his expression, but it remained firm. Until big, sad tears started bubbling and dripping down his cheek. You flew a few steps forward, shocked and eyes wide with concern. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The apology came out in a whisper. You felt like a broken record, but that's all you could think of. Cove's tense jaw slowly loosened as his mouth began to wobble into a frown. Emotions overtook him, and he failed to swallow down a broken sob. The tears pooling in his blue eyes intensified, and they streamed quickly down his cheeks. Cove hung his head low and let them fall. Wiped his tears away. Cove is gonna be okay. You lifted his face with a soft touch under his chin. Gently, you wiped his tears away with your other hand. Cove made no move to speak, but he watched you intently through blurred vision. It wasn't right away, but Cove was eventually able to pull himself more together. He straightened his back and sniffled. You took a nervous step backwards to give him some space. Cove let out shaky breaths while he scrubbed the remaining tears from his face. I'm not upset with you for what happened, or because you're telling me now. You didn't do anything. I actually feel bad for you. You had to keep a secret you didn't ask for, and it was for most of your life. A weight felt like it was lifted off of your chest. The corner of Cove's mouth hooked into a bent smile, but his stare was still glossy with tears. I'm not mad at my dad either. Then why are you crying? His tone grew delicate again. His emotions were catching back up with him. It's just, I'm just so happy with my life and about how it went. But so much of that, what happens with everything, is out of your control. There's stuff like this. My dad secretly offering you money to be my friend. Remembering those days when I was little and pretty much my whole world was decided by other people just really made it all hit. Especially 'cause I'm finding out there was even more going on than I realized. Oh, sweet boy, I'm sorry. His bottom lip quivered and new tears ran down his cheeks. It's scary to think about. It would have been so easy for none of this to have even happened. Cove threw his arms to the side, trying to convey where you were standing, where you had ended up after spending a life growing up together. What if my dad moved us to a different neighborhood? Or if I didn't move away with him at all? Or if my dad didn't care if I had friends or not? But it didn't go differently, and you're here with me. We're together, and my parents are some of my very best friends, and I'm just really glad. Your legs felt weak under you during his confession, but you remained rooted in place. Cove seemed to grow more confident. I love you, Blake, so much. I don't think there's anything in the world that would have kept us apart. The words set a flame, a fluttering in your chest that extended deep into the core of yourself. Deep down, you knew that it was the truth. You and Cove were always meant to make it to this point. Yeah? Cove's voice came out in a delighted laugh like he was in awe of you. His eyes watered again. I can feel that it's true. I know it. We were always bound to meet each other. The shakiness in Cove's smile lessened, and it grew stronger and more assured. Hug him right now. You pulled Cove into your arms, and you felt him melt into you. Tightening your hold, you silently sent thanks into the universe for letting Cove be a part of your life. You both waited there, enjoying each other's company. When another minute passed, you felt a calmness settle in your chest. It's out in the open finally. That's a relief. Yeah, but hey, your secret-keeping skills are seriously unmatched. Chuckling, Cove ran a hand through his hair. You nodded in agreement, trying not to think too much about how many years you'd been holding on to that. We even got together before you brought that up. Oops. Raising your shoulders, you ducked your head down. He was right, you realized with a grimace. I get it. Peeking up at him, your body relaxed. The corner of Cove's mouth tugged upwards, and he lightly shook his head. Really, it's fine. There was a playful gleam, and Cove's expression shifted into a smirk. He leaned forward, and you could feel the warmth of his breath. Are there any other confessions you want to make while we're doing this? Instantly, your skin felt like it was prickling and hot. Thoughts about dropping to one knee spun rapidly around in your mind. He noticed your shocked reaction. Oh, actually, don't worry about it. I was joking. Not my character thinking about fucking proposing, bro. That shit's so cute. I can't. Yeah, so if my math is correct, every step is another 5 years. So step 1 we were 8, step 2 we were 13, step 3 we were 18. I believe that actually puts these guys at my current actual age, 23, which is really fucking weird to think about. Cove scratched the back of his neck nervously. You took a deep breath and felt yourself calm down. Thanks. Yeah. Cove clapped his hands together once, trying to clear out the awkward air. Well, we better get back to business, huh? We've got a full schedule ahead of us for your mom's big day. Sighing deeply, Cove shrugged. The look he gave you was warm and affectionate, and you knew that everything was going to be okay. But thanks again, for letting me know what happened. No problem. I'm glad we got to talk about this. After that, you and Cove moved around each other, busily getting dressed and ready for the day. They're just so cute. I fucking love them. Light laughter and chatter filled the air the entire time. Bags were packed, and phones were sought after. Ah. Yeah, I think it's really cool to see. It's just weird thinking about their age in like the perspective of like my age. Like it's so weird. You suddenly tossed Cove his phone when he hadn't been able to find it. Cove caught it with a noisy slap in between his two hands. He stared over at you with wide eyes. Shrugging, you tried not to grin, but it was a losing battle. Remind me to remind you not to do that again. I'll walk over to get it next time. Worried still, he wiped off the phone screen with his shirt. You chuckled in agreement, knowing full well that you both would likely forget and play catch with the phones again at some point later. What, you don't like playing catch with phones? It's fine. It's catch with the extra risk to make sure you actually catch it. There was nothing else stopping either of you now. In minutes, you were hopping into your ride and heading back to the neighborhood. It was another beautiful summer day in Sunset Bird. You couldn't resist rolling the window down so you could absorb it all during the drive. Cove sat across the seat from you, near the opposite window. His gaze was locked outside, catching all the old landmarks and the vehicle was passing. Your spirits rose even higher the moment you made it home once more. Eager, you hopped out of the car and let yourself inside. Your moms knew you were going to be there that morning. Thank you for the hydration reminder. Appreciate it. But the second you made it past the threshold, an excited scream nearly scared you out of your shoes. Oh my goodness! Blake, you're here, and guess what? I'm here too! Oh my goodness, I love her hair! Shut the fuck up! Her hair is adorable! That feels very, very Lee. While your heart rate settled, a broad grin quickly took over your whole face. Since your cousin moved out on her own, you noticed that she really found her own groove. She was still the same loving person she'd always been on the inside, but she expressed herself in new ways. Lee was strong, kind, and smart. Over the past few years, she graduated college with a degree in history. Okay, cool beans. Though last you heard, she was pursuing her dreams, working towards getting into the music industry. Okay, I love that for her. You look great! Not can I get some warning next time you're gonna screech. Thanks. She beamed, putting her hands on her hips. Lee gave you a once-over. I'm not the only one. Shaking your head, you laughed at the appraisal. Lee's gaze narrowed with scrutiny. Don't be modest, I mean it. You look happy. Lee leaned to the side to glance past you and meet Cove's eye. The grin on her face widened while she waved. Hi, Cove. Hey, nice to see you, Lee. I got in practically at dawn. It was a whole thing, but at least I made it here alive. Lee exhaled and slumped her shoulders to emphasize how exhausting the whole ordeal was. Behind her, Liz made her way over. She crossed her arms at the scene. I'm here too, in case you were wondering. I'm always wondering if you're there, somewhere. Liz's lip twitched before twisting into a smug smile. She brushed a stray hair out of her face. You make it sound like I'm always following you around. I have a life of my own, if you weren't aware. I know. But when I'm home, I'm always keeping an eye out for my big sister. Old habits. How sweet. I missed the days of checking to see if someone else made it to the TV first, too. You laughed. Of course that's what her mind would go to. Lee is adorable. I love her. Another friendly shout rang out in the living room. It was as cheery as it ever was from the many times you'd heard it over the years. Good morning, family. Your parents both came out from the side hall together. Morning. Now that everyone is here, I do have a little something to mention. Ma put her hand lovingly over her wife's. Mom leaned her head into Ma's with matching affection. We're all still having dinner together, but Pam here actually made plans to take me out to brunch to celebrate our anniversary. Just the two of us. Pleased, she hooked an arm around Ma's waist. Sorry to push you out, but I'm sure this group of mature grown-ups will be able to entertain themselves for an afternoon. We don't need to find a babysitter or anything. Totally. Yeah. Have fun, moms. Don't worry about it. We can survive that easy. Enjoy your brunch. This works out, actually. An afternoon open means there's time to meet up with Terry and Randy. Hopefully they're free today. Your two school friends still lived around the area. They knew you were coming for your mom's party, but when or how you might arrange to see each other wasn't set in stone. Definitely. We should call them. I have some people I'd like to say hi to as well. Liz had her cell phone in hand, ready to get her plans made before she was even done speaking. Arching an eyebrow, she then directed the next part at Lee. Would you want to come along? We've missed out on a lot of cousin bonding time in the past. I'd love to. It would be an honor to hang out with you, Liz. I love these two. They're so cute. And whose fault is that? You put your hands on your hips, pretending to admonish her. Liz huffed. Would you rather have spent less time with Lee growing up? No, but you could have joined us more. Liz's expression softened. She ran her hands down the front of her outfit, smoothing the fabric. You're not wrong, but today I'm calling dibs. Excellent. It's settled. She squeezed her wife's hand. Her gaze took in the whole room, ecstatic to have the house full again. Today is going to be perfect. I think so too. I truly couldn't be happier with my wife, my children, and our whole beautiful family. It's already a wonderful anniversary. There were awes and sweet comments from the group gathered around the couple of the hour. Seeing how your moms were, you couldn't help but hope that when you got to be their age, you could be as proud of your life as them. But Ma's attention then fell on you, and the look on her face twisted mischievously. A shiver shot down your spine. This is a very good time of year for a marriage, don't you think so? With snickers, all eyes eagerly slid over to you and Cove. Shocked at her implication, his cheeks burned red. There was no missing the meaning in Ma's words. She was clear as a bell, and she knew it. Damn. What are our options here? You wondered if Cove agreed with Ma's words. You'd been hopefully waiting for him to ask. But you stared straight ahead, trying to conceal the marriage thoughts spinning in your head. The last thing you wanted was to pressure him into acting before he was ready. You caught Cove shyly rubbing at the slight scar that was still visible on his arm. Poor Cove got so fucking put on the spot. Oh no. His stuttering never quite reached full sentences. It instead turned into silence. Cove's brain was shutting down. Ma had sympathy for him. You don't have to say anything. It's just a little thing to ponder. At that, Cove's mouth snapped shut. With a stiff nod, he creakily glanced at you. If it was only the two of you here, you got the impression he would have had something to say. For now, a meaningful look was all there was. Right then, let's get back to what we were doing. After that, you enthusiastically began setting up plans to meet up with your friends. They were both able to come see you, having kept their schedules free for this, and you couldn't wait. Give me Terry and Randy right now. I love them. Cove was also speedily sending text messages. Since you conveyed the plans to Terry and Randy, you imagined that he was letting his parents know about what he was going to be up to. The group continued to chat and catch up until it was time for your mom's brunch and your big meetup with your friends. Soon enough, everyone was out the door looking forward to their fun-filled afternoons and the dinner later that night. Once outside on the neighborhood street, you looked to Cove. He stood at your side with a bent smile. Terry and Randy were driving into town while you and Cove were traveling on foot to meet them at an easier-to-reach spot. Man, we really are kids in Sunset Bird again, having to rely on other people who actually have cars to really get anywhere. Now we're stuck walking to whatever is nearby. Not no, we're reverting back to infancy. That one. A snort was followed by true laughter from Cove. Teasingly, you pouted. This isn't funny, Cove. I don't want to be a baby again. I didn't realize we were regressing that seriously. He shrugged, then stuck his hands in his pockets. The thought of being little again made you shiver. I couldn't go back to that. I like being me currently. That is such a fucking mood. The I like being me currently fucking hit though. I like current you too. Stop it. My heart. Let's go. You bounced forward several steps and shot Cove a playful look over your shoulder. With that, the two of you began your trip down the old road. It was a casual stroll into town, and before you knew it, you were at one of the large parking lots in Sunset Bird. It was completely empty. Cove pulled out his phone, texting Terry and Randy in a group chat to let them know you'd made it. Someone must have answered already, because Cove gave you a status update while still staring at the screen. Randy texted, I can see you. Oh, the blare of a car horn cut you off. You and Cove both turned towards the source of the noise. One of the windows rolled down. Hey, buddies! Your friends had arrived, making a spectacle of it, as expected. Being the only car meant that they got the pick of the lot, so they pulled to a stop in front of you. The window closed back up, and instead of the two doors and instead the two front doors popped open. Terry and Miranda stepped out onto the pavement. Oh my goodness, hello! Hi, Cove. Hi, Blake. With a cheery wave, Miranda skipped towards you. Terry, on the other hand, walked speedily over to Cove, squeezing him into a hug. A quiet laugh escaped Cove, along with the majority of air in his lungs. He didn't fight the constriction, but instead gave Terry's back a pat with a large grin spreading across his face. When he let Cove go, Terry came right up to you. He held his fist up for you to bump it. You smacked his fist with a high five to make a turkey. Do it. Your shoulders gradually began to shake harder while your lips twisted teasingly. Confused, Terry's eyebrows pinched together like he was trying to solve a puzzle. Gobble gobble. You wiggled your fingers, thinking of them as long, colorful tail feathers. Terry snorted the moment the image clicked in his brain. Gobble gobble. It felt so nice to have your friend group reunited as adults. Terry was currently a full-time lifeguard down at the busier beach a town over. You were proud of him. He helped a lot of people in his line of work. And in recent years, you and Terry were able to form an even closer bond. It was reassuring to have a friend who knew what it was like to go through changing parts of their identity. You could go to him for understanding, and you knew that Terry felt the same about you. Miranda took Cove's hand and one of yours in her other. Her eyes alight, she gave you both a gentle squeeze. I'm so happy to see you again. I missed them, my little friend group. Stop it. Hey, Terry. Hi, Miranda. He answered reassuringly. It was clear that he was equally glad to see them. This reunion was long awaited. For a while, Miranda had been working hard as an assistant at a school while continuing her own education. She also kept busy running a small online shop, selling crafted knickknacks she made. It's been forever. Everybody's all back together. I know. I shouldn't let either of you go. Don't you just want to stick around here forever? Randy, we can't stay like this forever. How will you create art with both your hands in use? Okay, I'll give you your hands back. Miranda released your hands. Giggling, she eyed you both carefully. So, how have you been? Things have been nice. Everything is perfect. I can tell. You're sparkling. Standing up straighter, you felt a surge of pride for yourself. You were really happy with where you were in life and where the trajectory seemed like it was taking you. I'm really glad for you. What about you? I'm super. Terry saddled up next to Miranda and put his arm around her shoulder. Sighing dreamily, Randy chuckled up at her boyfriend. Yeah, things have been unbelievable. He pressed his cheek against Miranda's, and she let out a light squeak. The sight put an amused grin on your face. Your friends made a wonderful couple. They knew each other well and cared about each other so much. I love seeing them all, my whole heart, bro. It was no shock at all when you heard the news that they'd started dating. The corner of your mouth curled up playfully while you took in the warm welcomes all around. At times, it was still kind of funny how your group of 4 friends evolved into 2 couples. Not that you were complaining about it, you thought it was an amazing thing. Cove then pulled his phone out and peeked at the screen. He repeated the motion every so often. You raised an eyebrow, a curious eyebrow at his unusual behavior. Cove was too focused on whatever he was doing to even notice you noticing him, which was even stranger. Is there anything either of you want to do while we're here? Any place you'd want to see? I'd be up for a lot of things, but actually, there's something that I want to do right here. Cove, why you be weird? Oh yeah? What's that? Terry poked at Cove's arm playfully. Miranda met your eye, silently asking if you had any idea what Cove was talking about. You shrugged. I got no idea what dude's talking about. I do, however, have to run to the bathroom real quick, so I will be right back, and then we will find out what Cove is being such a little goofy, silly little goose over. Okay, I am back. Bathroom break has been had. Water has been refilled. How we feeling, everybody? We ready to figure out what the hell Cove is talking about here? Because I do not know. Okie dokie. Yeah. I apologize. I realized I left Miranda, Terry, and Cove just like blinking at you for a minute, which must have been fun being stared at. Let's go. I just want to see my friends. Huh. Cove, you're already doing that. True, but I could be doing it even more. You, Terry, and Miranda all turned to Cove with identical incredulous expressions. His stare moved to a point past you three, and you heard the scrape of sand and gravel underfoot. Someone else stepped into the parking lot. Startled, you jumped at the call of the warm voice shouting over. Sup, guys, gals, and pals? Aw, I miss Derek. Shut the fuck up. I love him. Running a hand through his hair, the person who crossed the lot was unmistakably Derek Suarez. He was beaming the whole way. It's been too long, even though it hasn't actually been that long, but long enough. Ran over and hugged him. My dude, my guy, what's up? He was comforting and solid, but he was also big enough that it was hard to fit him in your arms. You could feel the rumble of his laughter against your cheek. Derek held you in return. I missed you. He spoke to you gently. You were thrilled just being there, reunited with him. Derek was a good friend of yours, and he had been for a long time. That's like 10 years now, I think. Hey. He waved over at Terry and Miranda pleasantly. Over the years, they all had met several times in passing, simply through being friends with the same people. Sup, big man? Hi, it's great you could come. Cove put himself next to Derek. Happy, he clapped a hand on his friend's shoulder. Hi, thanks for coming. Of course, thanks for inviting me. Sheepishly, Cove looked back at you and the others. That's when it clicked in your mind. It wasn't his parents that he was texting earlier. It was Derek the entire time. Derek is in town for a few months to help my dad and his dad with some work. Yep, I'm working on my own business thing too, but I'm still involved with running the scuba shop when it's called for. Nifty. Humming, Derek elbowed Cove. But hey, we don't have to stand around here for my sake. What's the plan? Look at all my friends. My whole heart right now, bro. This is what we were missing in step 3. When we got to hang out with everybody else, I wanted Derek there for real. Let's hit the town. Eager to get going, everyone piled into Terry's car. The rest of the afternoon was spent visiting spots all over Sunset Bird, laughing and reminiscing the whole way. Once it started to get late, Terry brought you and Cove back to the neighborhood. You didn't have to walk there after all. You didn't get out until promises were made to see each other again before your trip ended. Side by side, you and Cove stood in the street and waved at the car as it drove away. Terry tapped the horn for 2 honks while Miranda stuck her hand out the window to wave back. He caught Derek in the back window, giving you both a wide grin. Sighing, as soon as the car turned down another street, they were finally out of sight. Well, that was one party. Time for another. Ready to go see your moms? Hell yeah, let's go! Always. Let's keep the celebration going. You shimmied a bit right there in the street for added emphasis. He looked at you amusedly and rolled his eyes. Come on, let's go. Spirits high, you and Cove crossed the distance to your house. It was almost time for the anniversary dinner. You'd barely stepped over the threshold of the condo before Ma descended, eagerly welcoming you both. The usual greetings were followed by questions on everyone's well-being, after which the conversation moved on to excited chatter about tonight's dinner plans. Cove excused himself to the restroom to freshen up before being on the move again. But when he returned, you were shocked to see he had entirely changed outfits. Where did that come from? I packed it with me so I could get dressed before the dinner without having to go back to the hotel. Didn't you? Or maybe you have stuff still here at your mom's place? No, Cove. I didn't do that. But your mom's party, it's at the country club. And that's also where Liz took golf lessons. Not everyone is there in their Sunday best. It'd be different if we were going to one of the club's parties, but we're only going for a regular meal. Cove was as befuddled by your explanation as you were with his actions. He threw his arms up, desperate for understanding. How can you not dress nicely for a country club? I don't think the caprice is as special as you've decided it is. You saw Ma, she wasn't in formal clothes, and she's one of the guests of honor. His frown wobbled and his cheeks became far pinker. He looked down at his own self regrettably as he pulled at the cuffed ends of his shirt. He seemed more like a scolded child than a grown man dressed for the latest charity gala. I thought she was gonna get changed while you and me were. Oh, this poor sweet boy. Him trying. He's doing his best right now. You're such a cutie. Cove could only sigh, fully embarrassed. Cove's eyes stole a glance at the hall, as if he was calculating if he'd have time for another quick change. Unfortunately for him, it was not meant to be. The time to head out came far quicker than you'd expected. Mr. Holden and Kyra swung by the condo to make sure everything was in order, and for your second surprise that night, Mr. Holden was also in formal clothes. Okay, these two are just two peas in a fucking pod. Cove's face excitedly whipped towards yours at the same time Mr. Holden went to Kyra's. The two men pointed at one another. See, he knows. I love them. Exactly, sport. Kyra was talking to me like I was crazy. The aforementioned Kyra placed a hand delicately yet dramatically across her eyes. Clifford, our son only knows this because you are the one who raised him. Mr. Holden chuckled. his arm moving to scratch at the back of his neck. I was gonna say, they both look adorable. They're just far more dressed up than the rest of us. I also think that's such a Cove shirt. Like, if Cove's gonna be dressed up, this is the shirt for him. I can't remember if I read this or not. Mr. Holden chuckled, his arm moving to scratch at the back of his neck. Yeah, that's my boy. The ends of Cove's mouth gently bent up. He truly was his father's kid, in more ways than even he realized. They may be the only ones in the group, potentially the only guests at the entire club, all gussied up, but at least they could now take solace in one another. That looked to be good enough for them. All of the Thrasher family, as well as the honorary members Cliff, Kyra, and Cove, headed out at the same time to the Capris. It was to be a perfect reunion. An impeccably smart host greeted you on arrival, smoothly leading the way to the set of tables reserved for your group. Once you'd all settled in, chosen drinks were poured into delicate glasses. The food would be coming out later, letting you soak up the atmosphere for a little longer. Smiling, your parents faced the group of familiar faces, all gathered here together to share this special day with them. Mom reached over and took Ma's hand, clasping it between both of hers. Thanks for being here tonight, gang. Marrying this lady right here is the best thing I've ever done, and there's no one else I'd want to celebrate that with. Stop, I loved them. Yes, we're so lucky. Not only do we have each other, but we've got such a large and loving family through all of you. Around you, you heard people saying "ah" and chuckling appreciatively at the comment. Lee had clasped her hands tightly in front of her, her eyes shining. Your eyes met Liz's misty ones, and the affection she had for her moms carried over to you too. Hi, Jojo. Aw, stop, I love them. You returned your attention towards the happy couple just as they leaned into a kiss, smiling all the while. I love my moms. I love my little family. They're so fucking cute. Shut up. Thank you for the hydration reminder. I'll do that while we just soak up the cuteness for a second. Because, oh my goodness, I've loved my moms for forever. It's going good. We're about 2 hours in. I'm on my second water. We are vibing, buddies. They're so cute. I can't. That's an adorable picture. The table responded with cheers and clapping, shouts of happy anniversary, and other congratulations continuing even after they'd broken apart. Mom beamed as she watched Ma giggle dreamily. Oh, hey. Cove! Cove's head snapped up suddenly, and he placed both hands flat on the table. Dad. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at his father. I know what you did. Oh boy. Cliff's eyes were wide as he glanced around nervously, looking genuinely confused. What? What did I do? You offered Blake $20 to be my friend. Oh no, not the call out at the anniversary dinner. Shit, the drama. Why am I kinda here for it though? There was perplexed murmuring as the table started asking their neighbors about the sudden accusation. None looked more baffled than Cliff, who scratched his head as he screwed up his face in intense concentration. When did that happen? Not him fucking forgetting. I mean, in his defense, it has been, what, 15? No. Is that right? 15 years? There were 8, now they're 23. And it goes by fives. Yeah, it has been 15 fucking years. So I don't blame him for being like, say what now? I did what when? Cove threw his hands up in the air. Behind him, you saw curious glances heading your way from nearby tables. The first time you met, the memory returned to Cliff. You saw it clearly in his expression, which flickered like an old dusty light bulb from pensiveness to realization. He went, oh shit, I did do that. Oh, yeah. He winked at you, then plastered on a sheepish grin before turning back to his son. That's starting to ring some bells. My old master plan. Sorry, sport. Cove slumped back down in his seat, the fight leaving him in face of his father's total lack of shame. Sighing, he shook his head. Apologize to Blake. Cliff's expression went somber as he looked you straight on. He usually was so laid back, especially now that Cove was old enough to get himself out of most trouble, that it was a little unnerving. He opened his mouth. You braced yourself for this apology. Instead, he gave you a thumbs up. Thanks for letting me get away with it this whole time. You're also my true ally. Fucking Cliff said I'm not even sorry. Oh my god, Dad. You're welcome. Kyra rubbed the bridge of her nose, her eyes closed, yet she didn't seem surprised in the least. You could only suppose she had enough direct experience with Cliff's antics to be inured to new revelations. The ladies of your family, on the other hand, were shooting each other questioning glances. Mouths hung open, but they were uncharacteristically quiet. Ma was blinking rapidly, still reeling from the back and forth between father and son. While none of your family seemed entirely sure how to react to the news, one thing was clear. Cliff had pretty much escaped trouble, all thanks to you keeping quiet for long enough. The waiters reappeared, delivering delicious plates of food, and the dinner began in earnest. Both conversation and laughter continued to flow freely as the night went on, with the two families relishing the opportunity to be together once more. They're so cute, I fucking can't. Eventually, after your hunger and thirst had been fully satisfied, the plates were cleared and the event began to draw to a close. Cliff and Kyra exchanged goodbyes with your family before heading out together. Cove gave his goodbyes to his parents while hanging back until your moms were ready to head off. You were getting a lift back with your moms. It was already late, so you discussed the possibility of going straight to the hotel rather than going back to the condo, but Cove had asked if they'd mind taking him back to the neighborhood. He'd wanted to visit a little longer. Your moms had happily agreed. Liz and Lee were feeling tired, so your mom swung by their hotels during the trip home while you and Cove made the full journey with them. Riding in the back seat of your mom's car with Cove felt more than a little nostalgic. As your eyes drifted over to him, his head resting on the window, it was hard to believe how much time had passed. Mom stretched as she got out of the car, smiling over her shoulder as she headed towards the house. Time to put my feet up. You two joining us? Cove shook his head. No thanks. It's your anniversary. You don't have to entertain me. I'll take a walk. It's never any trouble to have you over, Cove. Let him do as he pleases, Lonnie, but you better not stay out too much later or there'll be trouble. Ma chuckled as Mom waggled a finger, her expression exaggeratedly severe as she reprised a role that, in truth, she'd never really played. Neither of your parents had been particularly harsh as you'd grown up. Ma joined in the act. Don't go too wild just because there's no school tomorrow. Laughing, they made their way inside, leaving you standing out in the dark street with Cove. You didn't even need to ask him why. You already had the answer for this. He wasn't yet ready for the day to end. Without a word, Cove began to stroll down the road. You walked alongside him. You'd known your destination long before you arrived on the dark and utterly deserted beach. There were no lights down here, nothing but the moon and the stars for illumination. The only sounds were the gentle waves rolling in and out, and the soft sounds of the footprints you left in the sand. In other words, it was perfect. Cove smiled. Cove stepped out into the waves without a word. He looked up at the sky with a smile, then tucked his head down and began to pull his fancy shirt off. He tugged it over his head and lobbed it backwards, further up the beach and out of reach of the waves. He followed him into the water. Why the fuck not? He followed him to where the waves began to lap at the beach and began to wade out into the water. Cove slipped his dress pants off and tossed them back in roughly the same direction as his shirt. He was down to just his polka dot boxer briefs. Sometimes you were really struck by the ways in which he was braver than his younger self. This was definitely one of those times. He never ever would have done this when you were both living on this street. But you also know he still wouldn't do it with anyone other than someone he'd spent all those years with. You decided you didn't care if your clothes got wet. Cove waded further into the water until it came up to his chest. You followed Cove deeper into the sea. Your wet clothes clung to your body, soaking up the water and weighing you down, a physical reminder of all the unwritten rules you were breaking. Cove grinned as you approached. I'm gonna be in so much trouble with my moms when we get back. I mean, what are they gonna do? Yeah, oh well. Think fast. He splashed water at you as soon as the words had left his lips, giving you no time to prepare. The splash had caught you full on, leaving you spluttering and drenched. You splashed him back. Seeing what you were doing, Cove put his hands up for protection. It was no use. The water washed over him, leaving his hair soaked through. The two of you wound up drifting further down along the shoreline, chatting and enjoying the chance to be back on the beach that had provided the backdrop for so much of your childhood. Eventually, a silhouette of structures appeared up ahead. As you drew closer, you realized it was the old playground. Cove spotted it too and hurried towards it, dragging himself out of the water and heading into the park. Wet sand coated his feet and lower legs with every step, clinging thickly enough that it began to resemble a bizarre pair of boots. As you followed him, you wondered how many visitors this little park got these days. There were officially no children living in that neighborhood now. Cove gazed at his surroundings in wide-eyed awe. He didn't care at all that he was soaking wet and dressed only in his underwear. Crouching, he gently pushed one of the child-sized swing seats, marveling at it all. I can't believe how tiny everything is. Were we seriously small enough to use these? He shook his head, unable to fathom just how little you'd both been when you first met, then walked over to the monkey bars. Once, these had been a challenge for you. Now they were little more than waist height next to Cove. Cove turned his back to the bars and hopped up onto them with ease, sitting on them comfortably. You sat on the bars with him. It was strange seeing adult Cove juxtaposed with a baby playground, but you took your own place on the structure. This place had been something so exciting to Cove back when he first arrived, and apparently it was to this day. Cove smiled eagerly as you approached, kicking his feet in the air happily, briefly forgetting the low vantage point until the tip of his toe scraped along the ground. He continued to swing his feet, but with a little more care. You thought it was adorable. In this moment, you were home. It just so happened to be the place you'd grown up, but really, anywhere you could be with Cove was that for you. He had held a special place in your heart for so long, and so much of your life had been shared. You'd grown up on the same street, which had given you some common ground, but it went far beyond that. You had both chosen, from a young age, to share your life with each other. You wouldn't have it any other way. Here we are again. Here we are. The mood had shifted now. The funny, impulsive night beach trip, with the spike of adrenaline that came from you playing in the water under the moonlight, had settled into something quieter and more nostalgic. Cove leaned back, tilting his head towards the sky to admire the stars above. The dinner was really nice. It was great to do all this. The smile he had when he spoke those words fell as quickly as it had appeared. It went by so fast. We all came out here for the party and it's over. Liz, Lee, our parents, we'll all be going back to our own things now. But what else can you do except say it's okay? I guess it's part of growing up. This place, all these people, they're our foundation. It shaped who we are now, like making castles out of sand. I owe a lot to Sunset Bird. I love this too. I think this is so fucking sweet. His eyes crinkled fondly, and Cove's voice was gentle when he spoke again. We had a good childhood, I think. I think so too. Yeah, this is a nice place to grow up. He shook his head, sighing heavily. All right. His smile took on an uncharacteristically harsh twist. You had a feeling where this was going. We better get home before your dumb parents, who don't know anything, get mad. You had to laugh at the half-hearted impression of young Jeremy, the boy you met in this very park. He chuckled along with you for a moment before tappering off. I hope we don't get grounded. The jokes kept coming. It was very amusing to imagine that not only could your mom somehow ground you as a fully grown and independent adult, but that their powers extended over Cove as well. As much as you were enjoying being back here, Cove was right. You had to accept that you needed to go now. It was late, and your moms were still expecting to see you before you got a ride back to the hotel. You and Cove hopped down from the bars, landing easily with the ground only a short distance below. Before you could return, you had some clothes to retrieve from the beach. You retrod the same path, following the footprints down to the shore you'd left in the sand only a little while earlier. Once Cove had scrounged up his abandoned clothes, you started to walk up the old path home, side by side. Droplets of water slipped down your skin and fell onto the road as you made your way back to your mom's house. As you and Cove were still soaked and sandy from your earlier adventure, it was likely that you were leaving quite a trail in your wake. But you'd seen Cove's bedroom growing up. It was only natural for him. The air was slightly humid, already pleasantly dense with moisture that felt like a hug as it closed around you. Any damp footprints that were left behind would take longer to dry in this weather. The signs of your adventure might even be visible when the sun came up the next day. You hoped so. You quite liked the idea of you and Cove leaving your mark on your hometown again, even if only for a little while. Despite being out late and, in Cove's case, mostly undressed, the balmy summer air prevented you from feeling any chill. You were entirely comfortable. In truth, you felt warm inside and out. The day had been so lovely, spending time with friends and family, and your eyes drifted over to Cove. Cove Holden, your boyfriend. Just seeing him brought a smile to your face. I love you. Cove turned to you, his eyes wide and adoring, and he bit his lip as he smiled shyly. You could tell that your words had touched him. I feel the same way exactly. He held your gaze a moment longer, looking straight at you as he spoke again. I'll love you forever. Aww. You enveloped him in a hug. Cove squeaked, startled by the sudden embrace, but quickly warmed to it and responded by wrapping his arms around you in turn. You were full of joy. All other concerns and the day-to-day stresses of normal life were squeezed out by it. All you could think in that moment was how your life was wonderful. Every second and every day needed to end sometime, and that time had nearly come for tonight. You had to at least get some rest and bring it all to a close. And so, the two of you went inside to say goodnight to your moms, as well as clean yourselves up as best you could. Your moms, both in pajamas ready for their own sleep, hooted with laughter as you came inside, disheveled and damp, and their teasing continued until the car came to get you to the hotel. Cove stayed silent as he put his casual clothes on again, placing the formal ones back in the bag he brought them in. You'd given Mom and Ma plenty of material for a mock scolding, and you got a playful lecture about not getting into the water without bothering to change first. You just grinned at your partner in crime, feeling like a naughty kid again. It had been worth it. By the time you and Cove finally dragged yourselves to your hotel room for the night, the sky had been dark for some time, and the lonely hotel hallways were quiet. The late hours made you feel a sense of fulfillment. You You really were making the most of your trip. It was such an odd thought that it was almost over. You had settled into this new routine naturally. All the familiar streets and faces made everything easy to get used to. The two of you drowsily shuffled past an ice machine and into your room. Cove set his phone on his bedside table, and you followed suit. You both started settling in for the night. The hotel room was a welcome sight after your long day. You noticed Cove rub the back of his neck and yawn. His voice was quiet and distant. I hope the pet sitter is doing good. The wish wasn't exactly directed to you. It was just a sleepy thought that Cove had unleashed upon the world at large, but you still agreed. I hope so too. Cove still kept fish after all these years, delightful, colorful things in huge aquariums. He spent a lot of time when he wanted to relax just watching them swim. Though they weren't just his, the two of you were raising them together in the place you shared. Of course, with you both gone, the fish had needed someone to take care of them. Cove asked one of your responsible neighbors to handle the job. You were glad to have a decent pet sitter. Cove wasn't the only one who loved those fish. Cove's anxiety about leaving them hadn't subsided. Over the vacation, you had caught him a few times texting the pet sitter and asking about his fish. It'll be okay. Cove turned his head to you, the nervousness still coming off despite his exhaustion. I know what you mean, but you chose that person for a reason. You trust them. But they're all fine. They just miss you. Cove smiled, appreciative of your comfort. You nodded in satisfaction. Mission accomplished. Gotta make Cove feel better. Cove yawned widely. He seemed confused at the magnitude of it. He groggily blinked at you. I think it's time for bed. You glanced at your watch. It really was astonishingly late. Yeah, Cove, that is an understatement. The two of you got changed and brushed your teeth. In no time at all, both of you were cozy and ready to sleep. After that, you flopped onto your side of the shared bed. Cove headed over to his side, and you felt the mattress dip under his weight. You tucked yourself under the covers, and Cove snuggled in closer to the middle. You turned on your side to face him and scooted slightly closer. Your noses almost touched, and Cove watched you with a soft expression on his face. Cove gently spoke, his words like a lullaby. Good night, Blake. Night. Cove's eyes fluttered shut, and he let out a contented sigh. There was a warmth from Cove's body next to you. He was right there. His presence was comforting, perfect for lulling you to sleep. Your eyes fell closed some time after. You were not sure exactly when, only the fact that they were now too heavy to open. You felt a mixture of bitter and sweet emotions. You were happy to be here, but sad it was ending. There was relief that you would soon be in your own home again, but also wondering when you could return here. There were many more feelings swirling around in your head that hadn't even crystallized into thoughts yet. Paradoxically, you felt nice but also confused, but then also nice from the confusion. In the back of your mind, you realized that you really must be tired. Unsurprisingly, your exhaustion did not give you too much time to muse on your emotions, and in what felt like seconds, you were already dreaming. Mm, mm. The dreams dancing around your head became fragmented and faded until you couldn't remember a thing about them at all. You were growing more aware of the real world. Uh, Cove was gently waking you. Stop, that's so cute. That one. Definitely that one. You woke up feeling enveloped by warmth. Humming happily, you felt Cove's fingers trail up your arm. Closing your eyes again, you snuggled into Cove. You nuzzled into his chest, letting out a delighted sigh. The warmth of your breath sent a shiver through his body. You wrapped your arm around him, holding him there. Not that Cove minded too much. He happily held you back. The sleepy morning couldn't last too long, though, and eventually you felt Cove's thumb rubbing circles into your shoulder, trying to ease you back awake. I don't want to leave either, but it's gotta be done. We have to get up, Blake. Once we get past today, we can spend as much time in bed together as you want, okay? Delighted, you nuzzled your cheek into him. You could feel his fingers aimlessly drawing squiggles and circles on your skin. I like the sound of that. You sat up fully with a big yawn, stretching your back, then your arms, and lastly your neck before accepting the day. The blanket fell to the side while you swung your legs over the side of the bed. A part of it almost got caught on your foot, but you kicked it away. Cove slipped out of bed on the opposite side. Today would be your last day in Sunset Bird. The only thing you had planned was some family time in the old neighborhood. You figured you'd see where the day took you from there. Yawning again, you glanced over at your clothes. There was just one more day to live out of your bag. You simply started sorting through the pile and for something to put on. The next several minutes passed in comfortable silence while you internally debated between two shirts. All right, let's get things going. Our families are waiting. Nodding, you and Cove swiftly finished getting ready in the small hotel room. As soon as you had your stuff together and were ready to go, you were off. During the ride there, you and Cove decided to visit his dad's house first this time. When you got dropped off, Cove eagerly hopped out into the street with his eyes locked on his father's condo. Your gaze fell on your boyfriend. He stood in the middle of the street where you grew up together, while the summer sun made him shine. Though he was the brightest light in your eyes no matter what. It was a beautiful thing. You wouldn't give up a single second of your time with Cove. Meeting him there, you were looking forward to how today's chapter would unfold. Cove strode up to his old front door and casually flung it open without bothering to knock once again. You followed at his side as he poked his head in. You closed the door behind you both. Hello! You found Cliff and Kyra in the kitchen, getting breakfast ready. Kyra was cutting an apple, while Cliff was watching a frying pan sizzle. Cove's parents waved from across the room, not straying from their tasks. Good morning, you two. Hey, morning and hello to you. I hope you slept well. Thanks for swinging by. You're more than welcome to join us for breakfast here. If you haven't already eaten, of course. We haven't yet, though even if we had, there's always room for more. For real, though. Kyra chuckled. She put down the knife she had in her hand so that all her attention could be on her son. You're still my giant, growing baby boy. Mom, please. Kyra didn't pay Cove's whining any mind. Instead, she put a finger up to her lip as she thought, her eyes on you and then glimpsing towards a window. I wonder, do you think your family's eaten yet, Blake? I'm not sure. Cove and I came over here first. Your eyes flicked over to the clock on their oven. Given the time, your moms may have eaten, or they could be having a slower morning. It was a coin toss either way. Well, give 'em a call. They could come over. Cove nodded, a sage expression on his face. I love them. Thank you for the hydrate reminder. I will do that real fast. Making them breakfast is the least we could do after how much food I ate at their house growing up. True, bud. Very true. All right. You took out your phone. Even though your moms both had cells for years, the house number was the one you had memorized as a kid and the first entry on your contacts list. As the call connected, you tapped the speaker button. You figured it would be easier if everyone could hear what was going on. You heard a click and familiar static. Hello, Blake. It's nice to hear from you. Hey, Ma. Good morning. I'm across the street right now, and Cove's family wanted me to invite everyone to breakfast. Do you want to come over? That sounds delightful. Pamela and I can do that. Liz and Lee should be able to make it too. Would that be fine? Cliff took a step forward and spoke loudly so that his voice would be picked up. It definitely would be. The more the merrier. We may have gotten together for dinner last night, but there's no law that we can't do it again for breakfast today. Enjoy the company while you can, is what I think. Ma giggled, and you could hear some rustling over the line. Thank you. I'll let them know, and we'll be right over. Cliff gave a thumbs up. Cove shook his head with amusement. Dad just gave a thumbs up. I'm telling you since you can't see him over the phone. Kyra snorted, and Ma's laughter rang out, filling the kitchen. Cliff switched the thumbs up hand to instead scratch the back of his head. Well, it sounds like we'll see you soon. Goodbye for a little while. You could feel her smile from her voice. Bye, Ma. You ended the call with a satisfying tap of the red button. Cliff's eyes wandered around the place. We better get cooking. I can help. Me too. No way, you're guests. Kyra and I have got this. She grinned. There was something playful in the twist of her lips. I couldn't have said it better myself, Cliff. I've been in your spot before. There's no choice but to accept it. But I thought Kyra was a guest too. I'm confused. I don't know. They're goofy. Cove sighed, but from the sparkle in his eyes, you could see he was entertained. Fine. We'll just hang out over here, I guess. Good. Cove walked over to the living room and gestured at the couch. You both took a seat, getting a comfortable spot to wait for food and family. Cove tilted towards his parents with his chin, then shook his head with a gentle smile, silently asking if you could believe this. All you had was a silent shrug. Time passed, filled with light chatting. Cove kept a careful watch on his parents' culinary progress and teasingly kept a running commentary. Oh, Dad added another pinch of salt. I wonder if that was a good idea. Cliff had to raise his voice to project over to the living room. He sounded very amused. It's funny that you of all people are commenting on my salt usage. We were both born and raised in salt water. Besides, I'm sure you remember back when you were about 12 and tried to make... Cove flushed slightly, but his smile remained as bright as ever. Do you really want to start talking about cooking mistakes, Dad? Because I remember a lot of things too. Like, what about that chowder that was supposed to be a pie? Cove and his family were quite a show to listen to. You chimed in occasionally, but mostly you provided the laugh track. Eventually, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. That's them. He said it loudly for his parents' benefit. You nodded and got up to greet your family. Let's go! Breakfast at the Holdens! When you opened the door, surprisingly, there were no moms. What do you mean, no moms? Oh my goodness! Terry stood in front with Miranda at his side. Derek waved from behind them. Hey buddies, we came to see you two before you left. The plan would have been to go over to Blake's house next if you weren't here. Luckily, you two aren't too hard to find. Buddy said, Hi, and hi. Cove burst into happy laughter. His brows were high in surprise, not unlike how he looked after unwrapping a nice present. Wow, thanks for coming. Hello. Kyra's voice carried through the house from the kitchen. Cliff likewise projected. Great, the whole gang will be here. You heard the sound of a cabinet open and shut. A pan clattered, and the faucet turned on. Are we interrupting something? My parents, sister, and cousin are coming over for breakfast. They should be here in a few minutes. Yep, but my dad always makes a ton of food anyway. It's no problem for you guys to join. Cove waved off their concerns before pausing with a thoughtful hum. The only real problem is, do we have enough places for all these people to sit? He peered back into the house and started counting the dining room table, chairs, and bar stools. 5, 6. Cliff interrupted when Cove began trying to use his fingers to connect the different chairs to different guests. Don't worry, some people can squish together on the sofas. It'll be fine. This really is gonna be a party. Well, I'd be happy to accept the invitation. Yeah, you'd have to be crazy to skip out on this. I love that we're gonna get them all together. Thank you for making room. We're really glad you came. Your three friends finally piled into the house. Before they had a chance to settle in, the doorbell rang. Only Miranda had sat down. Now that has to be them. People laughed as he walked back over to the door and opened it up. Give me my family. He was right this time. It was your parents, Liz and Lee, all crowded on the front steps. They squinted into the house and were surprised at just how many greetings were said. The sheer force of the chorus of hellos was impressive. How did they beat us here? How early did Blake call you? We're literally across the street. Terry snorted at your sister's confusion. He seemed quite pleased with himself. We were a surprise. We called ourselves. Very cool. Cliff smirked as he adjusted the settings on the stovetop. It's a little more crowded than expected, but we're making it work. Cove led the final group to complete the picture inside, and they took the chance to greet you, along with everyone else. When the excited energy buzzing around the table started to calm, you had a second to truly appreciate this view. The most important people in your life all together again. It still felt too good to be true to have everyone here. And then you noticed that Kyra stood back up. She clapped her hands once in a satisfying smack. I hate to interrupt, but I thought you'd want to know that the food's done cooking. Cliff crossed the floor to place a pile of silverware on the table, and then he dropped stuff off on other surfaces around the rest of the living room. When he was done, he gestured towards the food. The plates are in the kitchen. Serve yourselves and sit wherever you'd like. The guests happily formed a line, and the meal was steadily passed around. Before long, each person claimed a seat in the Holden living room area, some at the table, others on the kitchen island, and some situated at the couches. Conversations trickled across the various clusters of friends as everyone dug in. Cove finished his plate in record time with a pleased sigh. He put his fork down and surveyed the room. This is really cool. Just how we're getting to do this kind of thing. I like this too, Cove. I hope we'll be able to make this happen again. Of course, there will always be more reasons to get the gang back together in the future. Yes, the two of you might even dare to celebrate your yearly anniversary. Gasp! Every year. The smirk on Liz's face grew only wider as your moms giggled at her teasing. Ma shook her head, chuckling softer now. Liz, shush. Honestly, we just might. You've made a good point. It does come around every year. You should. Seriously, you deserve a big celebration for your magical day. The kids are right. You've got a lot of people who want to appreciate you. You've got to give them a chance. Yeah, that. It's true. I know I have a lot to thank you for. There were more nods of agreement around the room, and your moms took each other's hands for support. Neither were expecting so much encouragement. We'll think about it. She'll think about it, and I'll tell Lonnie to stop thinking so hard if she doesn't agree. Pam. Good job, Mom. Now with that settled, let us continue to enjoy this perfect gathering. Sorry, y'all, I'm on my second water. I'm gonna need another bathroom break. I will be right back. Hello, we are back. How are we feeling? My goal is to be done before another bathroom break is needed. That is the goal here. Agreed. What's Kyra hmming about? There was a playfulness in Kyra's stare as she scanned the room. She slowly placed her index finger on her chin. Now that I think of it, there's something I haven't done in a while. Eyebrows were raised at Kyra's incomplete thought. She was wordlessly urged to continue. Kyra didn't hesitate. Look through all the photos Cliff has here. Wouldn't that be fun for all of us? What? Mom, why would you say that? Practically all of those photos are of me. And that's why. Embarrassing my baby boy is just one of the perks of being a mom. Much to Cove's dismay, his mom was thoroughly entertained at his outburst. She winked in your direction. Meanwhile, Cliff eagerly stood up with a wave of proud affection for his son, and completely missed Kyra's teasing intent. I think that's a great idea. Anyone else interested in the pictures? I am. Lee shot her hand up before Cliff could even take a full step. Terry and Miranda snuck each other a glance before nodding with matching grins. That sounds swell. That would be lovely, Cliff. Mom tried to hide her amusement behind her hand, but she couldn't stop the snicker that slipped out. Oh boy. I've seen them all before, but they never get old. Really? Ooh, I bet there's some real gems in there. I hope there's baby pics. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Cove buried his face in his hands and sighed slowly. His shoulders deflated in defeat. Fine, we can take a look. Everyone happy with picture time? Yay! Yes. They both excitedly raised a fist in victory. Small cheers from your friends and family worked their way around the room, and even you bounced up to your feet excitedly. Mr. Holden flipped open his faded album of physical pictures. He held it up to his face. The corners of his eyes crinkled, and though the book covered much of his face, you were certain he was smiling fondly. But he didn't keep it to himself long. Laying the family album on the dining table, you and the rest of the party gathered around to get a peek. Oh my goodness. The first picture on the first page was baby Cove in a cute little onesie. There were several coos and ahs from the group, and Cliff's eyes were shiny with tears as he sniffled. He's grown so much. Cove was such a cute kid. You're darn right he was. And he still is. You caught Cliff wiping a tear away from his cheek with a quick swipe of the back of his hand. He nodded, reaffirming Kyra's parental pride. Your gaze slid over to Cove next. Despite his objections minutes ago, there was a gentle smile planted on his face. He seemed much more relaxed, pointing at different pictures and sharing related stories to the willing ears near him. After breakfast in the photo showcase, everyone decided to stick around. Hanging around Mr. Holden's house turned into taking a walk around the neighborhood, and then for lunch you switched over to your mom's condo. It was a really good time, enjoying each other's company. But eventually, the sun began to set, and there was nothing else to delay your friends and family from going home. Inside your mom's house, the home you had been raised in, the group was taking their time saying their goodbyes. It was tough for you, your family, your friends. You knew what was weighing on the mood. It might be some time before you'd see one another again. It was a pleasure having you all here, and you're welcome to come around again, anytime. Ma wrapped an arm around Mom with a light chuckle. Mom leaned her head gently into her wife, and they both beamed. Absolutely. I know we're all adults with our own hectic lives, but we appreciate the time taken to visit. Snorting, Liz crossed her arms. She leaned one hip out to the side while her lips curled teasingly. You make it sound like this was such a struggle. Some of these people still live here, and it was a vacation for everyone else. Even so, it was very thoughtful, and I hope everyone has a safe trip home. Kyra clapped a hand on Cliff's shoulder. He was puzzled as she leaned in so he could hear. I love the pictures. That means you too. It's dangerous crossing the street. Remember to look both ways. I love Kyra. Hey now. Yeah. Good luck with all the important grown-up things I'm sure you'll have to do when you're all out of here. Definitely. I'll give updates next time something exciting happens, or something lame so I can vent about it. How nice. I'm glad Lee won't be forgetting the little people. Never ever. I'll keep in touch too. You better. Welp, me and Randy aren't going far, so we can keep an eye on the town for the rest of ya. Nothing will get past us. Right. We'll make sure everything is okay. No need to worry at all. That's kind of you. Miranda and Terry gave each other pleased smiles, already committing to their self-appointed task. Derek scratched the back of his head, wearing a pensive look. It's always sad when I have to leave this town. It happens too often. But at least there will be people looking out for Sunset Bird. That makes me feel better about it. After a pause, Mr. Holden gave the younger folks a thumbs up. That's all great. You've got a lot to be proud of, and a lot to be looking forward to. Well said, Cliff. I'm thankful that I've been privileged to witness the growth you've undergone over the years. You've each matured beautifully. Cove was touched by his parents' words and struggled to come up with something to follow. Yeah. It's been good seeing everyone. No one had taken a step yet, and you couldn't put this off any longer. It was time to say goodbye. I'm gonna go with, I'll miss you. Thanks. We'll miss you too, kiddo. Very much. Mom wrapped you in a big hug, and then you felt the weight of another person in her arms. You realized Liz got pulled in too. We'll be back soon enough that you'll be kicking us back out. I don't think that would happen. I'd like to see you try to push it, though. It'd be funny. She held you both tighter for another moment before letting go. Afterwards, there was more sniffling and hugs. A lot of hugs. Then people started trailing out into the street, seeing others off. Your friends and family got into their cars and left the neighborhood. By the time things had fully settled, you realized that the sun had set. Earlier, you and Cove decided on having a car pick you both up. Neither of you wanted to bother your parents after such a long day. It would be a little while longer before it would be there, though. It was the right choice, as both sets of parents shot you weary looks. The four seemed ready to call it a night. It didn't take either you or Cove very long to assure them that it was okay to head home and go to bed. With one more round of good nights and goodbyes, your families returned to the condos. Then the only people left on the street were you and Cove. Cove closed his eyes, humming happily, while he waited for it to pass. He stared up at the sky. The moment was comforting, but suddenly your face scrunched up, bemused. Something was wrong, something that made you feel somewhat empty. And then it dawned on you. Your wind chime wasn't here anymore. The feeling of the wind washing over the street just wasn't right without that familiar tune. What's up, Wacky? No zombie ice cream, I'm sorry. But you had taken it with you in the move. With a bittersweet smile, you knew that you'd be able to hear it again when you got home. Cove's hands were in his pockets, and his shoulders were relaxed when he caught your attention with a tilt of his head. Can you guess what I'm thinking? Well, at that moment, you were in the neighborhood you grew up in together with some time to spare. Let me guess, he wants to go to the beach? The hill? Which one? You rolled your shoulders back and pretended to crack a few of your knuckles. An amused look fidgeted on Cove's face while he observed you silently. Could you perhaps be thinking that the fireflies are out now? Right. Do you want to go to the Poppy Hill before we leave? I think we have to. I feel like we are legally obligated to visit those poppies. Always. There was an eager bounce in your step as you and Cove crossed over towards the hill behind your mom's house. Side by side, you stared out at the view in awe. Aw, I missed this so much. This fucking hill, bro. As you imagined, the hill was dotted with the glowing firefly light. It perfectly reflected the memories of childhood held closely in your mind. Cove sighed contentedly, seeing them across the hill, weaving in around the blades of grass and the stars above. Eventually, Cove moved his attention back to you again. There was a dazzling brightness there in his expression that quickly morphed into something more mischievous. Want to catch one? That's good to hear, Wacky. I'm happy you're doing well. Honestly, after the stream, I might eat some ice cream. That's sounding like a vibe. He asked, raising a curious eyebrow, but then he didn't wait for you to respond. Cove bolted off after the first firefly that happened to dart past his nose. Oh, it's on. Let's go. I'll catch a firefly. So good. Kicking up a bit of dirt and leaves, you bolted in the opposite direction after a few fireflies that captured your attention. The first one that flitted into your range, you dove for it. Did you get one? Yeah, Wacky, I do too. I have chocolate therapy, I think is what it's called in the freezer. It escaped between your fingers, but that didn't dim a second of your fun. You shook your head, trying to find your next target. The next one. I can feel it. Okay, who's sending Hunter some ice cream? Because it's not fair that Hunter doesn't have any. Unless you're feeling my future victory. Out of the corner of your eye, you watched Cove get spun nearly around, following one that was staying just out of reach. Chuckling, you crouched down low, searching the area. The pursuit for fireflies continued until a handful had been caught. Cove crossed over to you with a bright grin that could rival every twinkling bug and star around you. Cupped between both his hands, Cove carefully held a firefly. The corners of his mouth twisted before a few giggles escaped him, and you knew that feeling well, the way the firefly would buzz around, tickling the palms of your hands. Cove's eyelids fluttered open, meeting yours. He watched you with a complicated mix of emotions, heavy with the weight of 15 years of history, of memories. It's really a relief that I got to see the fireflies. This trip wouldn't have felt complete without it. Yeah, I think you're right. You spotted another firefly, lowering to your eye level before looping up to the top of Cove's head. It landed right on his hair, and you smirked. Now that feels familiar. What? You have a very tiny firefly hat. I do? Before you could answer, the firefly took off and disappeared into the night. You gave it a tiny wave goodbye. Well, that didn't last very long. That's too bad. I'll remember them as my tiny hat forever. Me too. Taking a deep breath, Cove held your eye. He appeared to be conflicted about what he wanted to say next, and you waited for him to make his choice. It's so strange not to live here anymore. Most of my life, neither of us were ever really away from Sunset Bird. Well, unless one of us went on a trip somewhere. Or when both of our families took trips together. Remember that? He chuckled, losing himself to fond reminiscing. You couldn't help but match his grin. I liked that road trip one a lot, though I don't think we all could squish into that RV again. We're way too big. Laughing, Cove shook his head. His brow creased the longer he sat with the thoughts spinning in his brain. Those visits back then with my mom, I remember what a big deal they felt like then. To be away from here without anyone else coming for a whole few weeks. Thank you for the hydration reminder. Appreciate it. Yeah, I love that. Oh, how little I knew. I am kind of curious. Hey, what did you used to tell your mom about me when you were on those trips to see her? Thrown a little off kilter, Cove hadn't been expecting that question at all. Both of his eyebrows raised, and a part of you wondered if you had somehow spoken gibberish instead. Oh no, not the gibberish. Honestly, I've been wondering about it since I was 13. Kyra always kept the details to herself, and you never said a word either. Well, Cove couldn't meet your stare for a second longer. Bashfully, he turned away and his voice grew smaller. Mostly I just tell her about the times we hang out, but
I know I was pretty enthusiastic when I was because you are, someone really special to me. I admitted that much to my mom. Not sure if I used the word crush exactly, but she knew that you were the highlight of my young life. And look at that, you still are. Stop, it's so cute. He delivered that final thought earnestly enough that you stopped breathing altogether. Cove beamed at you, pleased with his confession. Thank you. You're welcome. And thank you for being my favorite story. After that, Cove became quiet, simply gazing into your face. The way the lights around sparkled in his eyes reminded you of moonlight reflecting off the waves in the ocean. There was a depth to it that you could hardly grasp. A part of you felt compelled to speak, to do something, but you were entrenched. Cove held you completely in place as much as the firefly. His next words came out as a whisper. I love fireflies. Every time I see them, it makes me happy. It makes me think of you. The lasting eye contact finally broke as Cove let his eyes shift towards the hill. Fireflies and you are linked together in my head so strongly because of all the time we spent together with them, and because they're kind of like the feelings I have for you on the inside made real. A soft, warm light that's fluttery and tingly and all around me. He faced you completely once more. His eyes were now glossy and even fuller with abundant affection. Ah! Cove then opened up his hands, holding the firefly settled there towards you. He was wholeheartedly offering it to you. The significance of the gesture wasn't lost on you after he'd confessed what fireflies truly meant to him. Suddenly struck with emotions, the words cracked in Cove's throat. He smiled wearily and continued. That night, the summer when I moved, where we all went to catch fireflies, was one of the first truly, completely, purely happy memories in Sunset Bird. Even when I had good days back then, I was so sensitive I usually ended up getting upset over something at some point. I'm guessing you can remember that. He chuckled softly at himself, and your mouth curved into a smile. Sure, Lizzie got kind of bossy near the end of the mini-adventure, but that time it didn't matter. I wanted to run around and play with you, and her, and Shiloh too. I wanted to be there. It was amazing. And it was thanks to you that I got my first firefly. There's really no one better to have done that, huh? Considering, all those things I said about how I think of fireflies. You've given me so many wonderful, heart-aching feelings. I can see the image of your face on that night 15 years ago, tiny and precious, smiling at me brightly as clearly as I see the way you are now, right in front of me in this moment. And you weren't there when it happened, but even when I got back home, to a place I didn't think was my home yet, I was still excited. I told Dad about the cool things we did, and he listened to everything I said. It all meant a lot to me. I'll never forget it. He closed his eyes, sorting through all the emotions you were certain were swirling around inside him. You know that night years ago? The one after the Orca event where I snuck into your room with a firefly? I wanted to tell you what I said here. about what fireflies meant and about the feelings I have for you, but I didn't. I couldn't. Not directly, but at least it was implied. A little bit. He shifted on his feet. Remembering his prior shyness brought out a sheepish countenance in Cove during the present. Then Cove's stuttering laughter burst out from the tension. Things did work out for the two of us, though, eventually. I'm grateful it did. But his nervous giggles finally settled out as a more contemplative tone came to his voice. This time, I'm not going to wait for another moment. There's more I want to say tonight. He had been speaking to you so familiarly, so sweetly, but then his tone became hard. It was more serious than you'd ever heard in your long history together. Blake, I promised you I'd always be there whenever you wanted. I meant it. I still mean it now. I mean it more than ever. Cove. He may not have said it directly, but you had gotten the message clearer than if he had shouted it from the rooftops, and Cove knew it. You beamed widely. Cove's legs shook despite talking straight. His entire body had gone rigid. He winced while trying to force his joints to actually move. Your feet remained locked in place, churning in your own sea of emotions, giving Cove the time he needed. Ultimately, Cove gracelessly dropped down onto both of his knees with a muted thud. His head was hung low in embarrassment as he clung onto your pants to stop from falling over entirely. Cove mumbled what you thought was an apology, though how he carried himself meant it was directed at the ground. You still couldn't move from that spot. Keeping a tight grip, he was able to awkwardly shift a leg lower so that he was being propped up on just one knee. There was a pause. And then he looked up at you with eyes as blue and wide as the sea and just as wet. He released your clothes to instead put his hands over his heart. Blake. In a small, fragile voice, he spoke. I love you. You mean so much to me. I don't even know what life would be without you. Tears fell heavily, and the words dropped out as painfully. I'm sorry. Have I ever been able to handle a major romantic moment in our relationship well? You don't have to answer that. He laughed breathily. It was almost more of a wheeze. I've never made things easy, especially when growing up. Life was so hard for me, and so I made things harder for everybody else. But you were always so good to me, no matter what. He continued to sniffle as he made a few false continuations of unintelligible stammering. Eventually, Cove found what he wanted to say next. Thank you for being my partner. Thank you for sending letters when I had to go away to my mom's house. Thank you for being there for me when I ran away from home. Thank you for playing hide and seek with me when I left to go on my own at the library. Thank you for always giving me such nice gifts for no reason. Cove's eyelids squeezed shut in an attempt to stop himself from rambling further. You couldn't help but chuckle at how precious he was. Cove's outpouring of gratitude accumulated in a final piece of appreciation. And thank you for being such a patient person. I know I kept you waiting so long. But I pick you and you pick me. That's the way it's been ever since we've known each other. I hope it'll stay that way forever. He took in a slow, controlled breath, and then, without stuttering or stopping, said the words out loud. Blake Thrasher, will you marry me? I love him. It's so fucking cute. Stop. I will. There's nothing that I'd want more. Cove collapsed forward, catching himself with his hands before landing face first into the grass. The poppies around his face fluttered from his grand sigh of relief. Oh my god, thank you. I love him. Eyes filled with fresh tears, he lifted his head back up to smile at you with all the love in the world. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know that's all I've been saying this whole time. I'm sorry, but just thank you for being here and for being the one I get to be with. Somehow, all you could think was that it was him, Cove Holden, the man you loved, and now the person you were going to marry. I love you. Then, you pulled him into a kiss. This isn't a hug moment. You couldn't hold back any longer. Your fingertips skimmed over his cheeks for a second, all sweetness. Cove got the hint. He pulled you into him, as close as he could get, desperate to feel you. Gladly, you kissed your fiancé. He kissed you back lovingly, and you could feel the smile on his face. The place where you met, where you grew, where you fell in love, was now the place where your shared life together truly began. Your eyes drifted closed to let yourself experience it, to anchor yourself in this moment and hold on for as long as possible. You, the both of you, never wanted to let go. You were certain of it. The rest of your days would be spent side by side. It was all you'd hoped for. When the swirling excitement of your new engagement relaxed back into the more familiar style of gentle comfort your relationship brought, Cove stood up. He lifted you along with him. Oh, and, I do have a ring too, if you want that. It's just, sentimentality. The firefly felt better to me. You instantly laughed. That was exactly like him. He's a sentimental pile of mush, and I love him for it. Cove chuckled bashfully, picking a stray strand of grass off his pants. You were thrilled by the turn of events that unfolded here. Your dream had been for Cove to propose, and he never disappointed you. Suddenly, Cove's now wide eyes snapped to yours. How are we going to tell people? We're leaving early in the morning, and it's really late now. Should we try talking before we go? The two of you put your heads together to come to some kind of decision for this predicament. Maybe we could try calling your mom's house phone. If they hear that, it'd mean they haven't really gone to bed yet. If they don't, they probably won't even know it rang. Calling their cell phones might wake them up, and I could do the same for Dad's house. That's definitely an idea. Yeah, that could work. In sync, You and Cove dug out your cells and began to call the respective homes of your families. Cove stepped to the side as his father presumably picked up. You couldn't pay attention to his words for long, as Mom answered your call next. Thrasher residence, how can I help you? Hi, Mom, it's me. I wanted to see if you were awake without bothering you if you'd gone to bed. Yeah? Who raised such a thoughtful person? I'm impressed. She chuckled at her own comment while getting quieter. You could tell she was pulling her face away from the receiver. Lonnie, Blake is on the phone. When she spoke again, it came in loud and clear. She's coming on over. Oh, You twisted your head to the side after hearing Cove's exclamation and saw him tap on his screen to switch things to speaker mode. Say hi to Dad and Mom. Blake is here and so are their moms, sort of. They're on the phone too. You quickly followed Cove's move and let your moms be on speaker. Hey Thrasher family! Good evening, ladies. Hello, it's nice to hear from you. Agreed, even though it's unexpected. What's happening, kiddos? The thing is, wait, I'm gonna call Liz. Pam, get your phone, you can call Lee. What, you don't have to do that. I want to, sweetie. This is news they're going to enjoy hearing, isn't it? I'm certain they won't mind. I mean, oh, I'm so blushy, I can't. Hey, in that case, Kyra and I could call your friends. I've got their numbers. Hey, Goldfish, how you doing? Thank you for joining. This shit is so cute, I can't handle it. Seriously? I don't think Cove was prepared for everybody to be on phones on calls on speakers. Of course. They've had to call me plenty of times to try reaching you whenever you misplaced your phone or forgot to charge it. Dad. Oh, that's perfect. While unexpected, having everyone on the line would make sharing the news easy. Your parents got to work, leaving the old landlines on while they used their cells to call Lee, Liz, Miranda, and Terry's apartment, and Derek respectively. Oh geez, I'm sorry, Goldfish, that sounds intense. Everybody gonna be on this call, let's fucking go. Every call went through, and soon your whole main group was on the line, and they were expecting answers. There was no putting it off. I have an announcement. Cove, don't worry, I got you. You don't have to be the one to say it. Cove and I are engaged. Cove nodded with a serious expression. That's right. I'm going to marry Blake. Cove reached over to take your hand as a physical sign of your union. Even though no one could see it, it made him feel better. The hill filled with cheers of congratulations. You heard Terry's distinctive whoop, and your moms start to joyfully whisper to each other away from the receiver. Lee squealed and Kyra cooed. I hope it's not glitching. Everything still looks good on my end. Everybody else, we good? Can I get a green light before I continue? Cause, yeah, Goldfish, don't say things like that. That makes me so nervy. Hunter, you've been here the whole time. I trust you would have said something. Okay. Seems good on Hunters. I'm gonna take that for what it is and keep going. Oh, oh boy. Hang on just a second. Hello. Okay. We did a quick little thing that should keep everything nice and good. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I'm going to do that real fast. Goldfish scared me there. But yeah, this should be good. Hopefully, I am now completely plugged in to have the most stable connection I can for the last bit of stream here. But let's get back to these fucking cuties, okay? Hopefully everything's fine. Knock, knock, knock. We're almost at the end here. We're in the final stretch, friends. But yeah, let's hop back into it. There was no confusion or need for pause. Everyone in your life was immediately on board with your plans. No problem, Goldfish. We had technical and Wi-Fi difficulties that led to me getting on late. So as soon as you said that, I'm like, shit. And then our fucking connection went from green to red, and I went, I'm losing all Wi-Fi here. So we just did some things to finagle it and fix it. Hell yeah. Cove turned his head and beamed at you, excitement in his smile. It was coupled with a fond squeeze of your hand. You grinned back at him. I'm so proud of you, Cove. The two of you are going to be happy. I am sure of it. Dad. Cove sniffled, eyes wide and emotional. Yeah, I will. Both of us will be. Him little wobbly smile, shut up. Tyra spoke up gently. Thank you for being so wonderful to my baby. I'm lucky and grateful that you're going to be a part of my life forever. Well put, Kyra. Blake is a keeper for sure. Your family couldn't stay quiet for long and began to chime in. I can't believe how grown up you are, but I couldn't be happier with how it all happened. Congratulations, Blake. You are one of the smartest cookies there are. You're making an amazing life for yourself. This is totally amazing. You're seriously getting married. It's like we're real adults and all that. Yeah, it'd almost be hard to believe that my baby sibling is marrying a person. You know, if Cove wasn't such an obvious choice as a husband for you. This is so fucking cute. Her tone turned abnormally gentle. You're doing good. Aw, Liz. Thanks for the positive rating. You're welcome. Lee giggled and your mom's had some chuckles. Cove stood awkwardly, not entirely sure if he or Liz was being laughed at. Your three friends had stayed silent. You believed they were intentionally giving your families a chance to have a moment. But once they said their pieces, it didn't take long for your friends to jump into the conversation excitedly. Congratulations on the engagement. It's crazy how we're really at this point in our lives. Some days it feels like high school was yesterday. But it's great. You both are definitely Sunset Bird's best couple. Terry added on eagerly. You are the aspiration. I'm stoked that you're gonna be official. This is a big step, but I'd say you've more than earned it with everything you've been through over the years. You both deserve to be with each other for the rest of your lives. Cove had appeared weepy before, but this sealed it. He cried. Everyone's words had built up and coalesced into Cove shedding the happiest tears you'd seen. Thank you. These were people you cared deeply about, and they were so happy from your engagement. It was heartwarming. Good luck, kiddos. You've got a journey ahead of you. Cliff agreed with a chuckle. They've known each other for 15 years already, and still haven't gotten sick of each other yet. How hard could making it work for the rest of their lives be? For the two of them, not difficult at all. Thank you so much, everyone. It means a lot that you're all here for us. Also, no problem, Goldfish. I got you. Bedtime stories. They're such a cute couple. I love them. Cove nodded beside you with a watery smile. Officially hit 10,000 points. Holy nuggets. Congrats, Goldfish. That's wild. Of course. What else is family for? But ultimately, the night was growing late and many phone calls had to come to an end. After goodbyes were shared, you were left with just one another again in the quiet space of Poppy Hill. I think that was nice. Me too. We have to go to the hotel now, huh? Uh, yeah. It's time to go. You took one last look at everything around you, breathing in the summer air. The ocean salt tickled your nose. Take care of the hill for us, little fireflies. Trailing a few steps behind Cove, you looked back down the hill. You spotted your childhood home immediately. I'm grateful we could come home here and see how things are without us. It was nice. It really was. With Cove right there along with you, you made your way down the hill. With the same stars above trailing the way, your last night in Sunset Bird was closing out. You were lost deep within a dream, adrift in the current of your unconscious mind. Cove was with you even there, his presence strong as your mind flitted from scene to scene, the logic of the conscious world melting around you. Something jolted you from your slumber, the visions you constructed slipping away even as you scrambled to catch them. It had been a good dream. You opened your eyes to an unlit, unfamiliar ceiling. The darkness permeated through the room so thoroughly that you were sure it was still the middle of the night. As your eyes adjusted to what little light there was to catch on to, a smiling face cozied itself right above you. There he was. Good morning, Blake. The grin was bright enough to make it seem like maybe the sun had risen after all. Please, stop being a morning person. You simply could not cope with this much energy radiating off him right now. Cove laughed at your response. Sorry. The word slipped so easily from his lips that you knew he did not feel sorry at all. You pulled the covers over your head. It was too early for this. With any luck, Cove would take your not-so-subtle hint and try again after you had gotten a decent night's rest. But you were without luck, as Cove made no attempt to leave you be. I'm guessing you woke me up for some reason. Are you ever going to let me know? Well, this is our last day here. Everyone might still be asleep, but if we get up now, we can at least see the neighborhood. Do you want to? With you, definitely. Great. Then he held out one of those hands to help you get up too. You took it. Cove's grip was strong as his fingers closed around yours. He pulled, tugging you up with ease. Before you could head out, you and Cove both needed to get dressed. You did so quietly. The strangeness of the hour meant that your body seemed less coordinated than usual, each article of clothing a new puzzle, but you managed it. The two of you were eventually ready to head out into the wide world. Dawn still hadn't broke out when you left the hotel, yet it was easy enough to get a ride down into Sunset Bird. The journey was peaceful. You might have expected sleep to attempt to claim you once again, with the sky still so dark, but Cove's excited energy was infectious. Morning was finally starting to come over Sunset Bird as you arrived, almost like the sun itself wanted to be there to welcome you. Cove turned towards you, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. One more summer beach trip? You laughed, nodding to reassure him, as if there was any alternative now that you were here and he was looking at you so eagerly. Yeah, one more. You could have taken your time getting there, dawdling under the morning sun, or you could have taken the short walk at a regular pace. And both of those would have been just right for some other occasion. But this time, without either of you saying a word, you and Cove set off sprinting. The two of you tore gleefully down the streets towards the beach, as excited and as ungainly as the kids you'd once been. You were laughing with joy at the absurdity of it all, being here at the break of dawn with the boy you'd once discovered on the nearby hill who'd never completely grew up. And it was still early. As it was still early, you did your best to keep the noise down. To the side, you saw Cove covering his mouth to stifle his own giggles, similarly aware of the people sleeping in the condos around you. You thought of what the mean old not-grandparents would have said if they could see you now. All you could do was continue running and stumbling down towards the beach, away from the residences and their sleeping occupants. It was only a few minutes before you arrived at the expansive ocean shore. Cove kicked off his shoes and strode right into the water, not stopping until his feet were entirely submerged and the waves tickled his ankles. You got into the water with him. After slipping your shoes off, you let the sea flow over you. It was cool against your skin, but not as cold as when the wave pulled back and your wet feet were exposed to the air again. The two of you stood there, watching as the sun continued its ascent over the horizon. Silence fell between you until finally dawn had fully broken. Even then, Cove spoke in a whisper. "I can't believe it's over." "I can't either." A ghost of a smile crept over Cove's face, like the sun peeking out between the clouds on an overcast day. Cove reached out and enveloped your hand in his, pressing your palms together tightly. The silence returned just for a second. "I'm glad we came this morning, and that we came on this whole visit back. But more than anything, I'm glad for ending up in this town in the first place, where I got to grow up with a really nice neighbor. I wouldn't have wanted any other life." "I'm most grateful for meeting you too." Cove looked over at you out of the corner of his eyes, not turning his face away from the sea. His expression was full of affection, from the gentle curve of his smile to his clear, contented brow. It was a stark contrast to the tears rolling down his cheeks. "I love you. I love you." You counted yourself lucky. Even though you were leaving now, this place had gifted you with so much that you'd carry with you wherever life might take you. The memories you'd made, the lessons you'd learned, the people you'd built relationships with, you'd keep those pieces of your life in Sunset Bird forever. You stood with Cove, silently watching as bright rays swept away the last of the night's shadows until the day truly arrived. Your spirits were high as the sun rose ever higher in the sky. The two of you had found yourselves meandering back to the neighborhood street on sandy feet, strolling down the path just as you'd done thousands of times before. This was where it all started. You were compelled to look at the exact spot you'd first encountered Mr. Holden, sitting dejected on the curb. He wasn't like that anymore. Still, you couldn't forget that day, the day it began, just as you couldn't believe what an adventure it led to. Things had never been the same since that moment, and you couldn't be happier for it. Your mental lingering on that meeting turned physical, causing you to stop in your tracks. It was only when you heard Cove's voice calling your name that you remembered when you were and realized what you'd done. And what a present it was. A shining sun, a clear blue sky, and Cove James Holden by your side, all the most natural things in the world. So, what's the next step? You watched Cove expectantly, waiting for him to guide you forward from here. There was a crinkle around his eyes as he laughed. It's up to you now. You're giving me too much power. Aren't you worried about it going to my head? Cove smirked, shaking his head. Don't worry about it. I'm listening, so go ahead. His eyes met yours, holding your gaze. I believe in you, Blake. No matter how much time might pass, there were some things that you could count on to be constant. Cove, your family, his family, and all of your other loved ones being there for you when you needed it was one of those things, since the beginning and for always. Knowing they were there and you would never be truly alone made the future look all that much brighter. We could go to Poppy Hill. The view from there on a day like today would be magnificent, not to mention that a part of you ached to return to the place where you'd first met. Cove nodded, his gaze shifting from you to roam across the little place that you'd both called home. There's a lot that's still out there in the world, a lot of different ways things could go in the future, but for this, I think that'd be the perfect choice. You beamed, his approval at your suggestion, lifting your spirits ever higher. Your days growing up in Sunset Bird had been so wonderful. Even the prospect of leaving again made your chest ache, yet you weren't going to let that stop you. It would be hard, but you knew that it would still be there, waiting whenever you wanted to return. Facing Cove, who'd been by your side through it all, you knew that one day you'd look back on these moments now, just as you fondly reminisced about your childhood growing up here. Each happy moment you experienced became only a memory of what used to be. But that was what life was, and that was okay, and it was okay. As it was from the beginning, and continuing that way for always, life took another step forward. Thank you for beginning a life here. You can come back again always. The end. Hello again. Thank you so much for getting the Cove Wedding DLC. Because you're engaged to Cove in this playthrough, you can choose to continue your story into the wedding planning events if you'd like. And you can always make a save here and come back if you want to return to the option later on. Which I think is like exactly what we're going to do, because this will be perfect for that last Saturday when we do that. Yeah. We'll literally save right there. Perfect. But yeah, I think this is as good of a place as any to stop. Y'all, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate you. We are officially done with Mr. Cove Holden, though we will see him one more time for the wedding DLC at the end of the month. So don't worry, you'll still get plenty of squishy Cove moments, I promise. Um, yeah, I think this is a really good stopping point. Um, Thank you so much for hanging out. This was my first of the 4 Saturday streams this month. I think it went well. All technical difficulties and Wi Fi bullshit put aside. And on that note, I'm going to sign off here, go get myself something to snack on, check in on my partners, all that good stuff, and have yet another bathroom break because I already have to pee again. Oof. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'm glad you're enjoying the game. Next week will be Derek, but until then, we'll be doing, like I said, Superhero Sunday. All of next week will be A Wolf Among Us, or whatever the hell it's called. So that should be fun. And then, yeah, we'll see what we get up to. But thank you again so much for hanging out with me. I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. And as always, hold on one second. Okay, I'm gonna attempt this. Can y'all hear me right now? Could I get a thumbs up in chat if you can hear me? Because I want to do my outro, but it's being fucking weird again. Am I here at all, or did it completely cut me out? Yeah, this is so bad. Apparently 4 hours is really the maximum this Wi-Fi will accept. Okay, I am going to attempt my outro and hope y'all can hear me, and if you can't, I'm sorry. Oh, wait, no, we might be coming back. Okay, I'm gonna do my outro really fast while this Wi-Fi bears with me for a second longer. Downside of living in the middle of fucking nowhere, this Wi-Fi hates me and is so sick of me today. Before it goes out again, I just wanted to say thank you so much for hanging out with me. I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. And as always, take care of yourselves, be kind to yourselves. It's hard being a person, you're doing the best you can. I am proud of you. And don't forget to live a life that pisses off a bigot. Bye, y'all.